Chapter 37. Izuku does not throw up this time. He does, however, panic. And this means that when compress finally frees him, he comes out swinging. His fist connects with a jaw almost hard enough to be satisfying, and the answering blow has fire behind it. Colored lights explode in Izuku's vision, and he lashes out blindly before someone grabs his arm and twists it behind his back. "If you keep struggling, I'm going to put you back," Compress tells him. He's calm when he says it. Not angry. Not even frustrated. "And I can keep putting you back and taking you out again, for as long as I need to. Do you want that?" Izuku's fists throb from clenching so tightly, but when he tries to strike again, his arm will not respond. He tries to make himself move, tries to make himself want to move, but in the end he can only struggle half-heartedly as they wrest him back into the chair. His eyes slide over to the other, and what little hope he has left slips away. Bakugo is already bound again, looking considerably more worse for wear. There's blood dripping from his nose and more smeared at his mouth and chin. His lips are parted, showing his clenched teeth in a snarl. So first attempt was an utter failure. That just means the second attempt will be even harder. Izuku ducks his head and tries to look as small as possible. It doesn't work. "Look out!" He registers a ghost's warning cry a split second too late. Izuku looks up just in time to catch Shigaraki's fist with his face. Four clammy fingers grab him by the chin, heedless of how tender it is from being struck, and wrench his face upward. Stupid. That was very stupid. Shigaraki speaks close enough to his face for Izuku to smell his stale breath. "You think there's nothing a can't hold over your head just because you aren't in a crowded mall?" Izuku's stomach turns to lead. Behind the severed hand, Shigaraki's eyes glitter. "Cross me again, and it won't be just you regretting it." He releases Izuku roughly enough to send his head cracking against the back of his chair. "The only reason I'm not doing it now is that you were actually a pretty great help. You went the wrong way, and you ended up so far from any of the actual exits that we didn't even have to worry about you, and we could focus on tracking him down instead." "Deku, are you fucking serious?" Bakugo hisses at him, almost spitting with fury. Izuku ducks his head down and lets his hair fall over his eyes. If he sits like this, then he can at least pretend no one can see the pathetic horror that he knows is showing on his face. "We got pretty lucky," Shigaraki goes on airily. "If you'd taken one more wrong turn, you might have found, well... Never mind. That's not for you to know." Izuku keeps still. Is he talking about Ragdoll? If he's talking about Ragdoll like it's a secret, then that means they don't know that Izuku knows about her. Someone touches his face, and Izuku startles back into his chair. Tota stands before him, bouncing on the balls of her feet as she rubs a bit of blood between her thumb and forefinger. "You sure bleed a lot," she remarks brightly. "We'll have to have a little, talk soon. I wouldn't want it to go to waste. Whatever that means." The lights in the room flicker a little. The power must be faulty still. It hasn't happened often that Izuku has been able to see, but since he hasn't seen much of anything besides this room, it could be useful to keep in mind. The next touch is a gentle one, a light tap from one for all to get his attention. "I'm sorry," he says. "I should have been more helpful to you then. I'm not used to this. Acting instead of observing." He shakes his head. "What you did was foolish, but you weren't wrong. That hero's time is running out. My brother won't keep her much longer without taking her quirk, and once he's done that, he'll either discard her or use her further. And I don't know which is worse." Izuku keeps his eyes on the villains around him, watching through the gaps in his tangled curls. "I don't think I'll get another chance to escape like that anytime soon," he says. "But if I can at least wake her up and free her, then maybe she has a better chance than me. You said she was sedated. Is there a way to counteract that?" The ghost's eyes light up. "Wait here," One for All tells him. "I'll ask around." On the second morning after Izuku is taken, his belongings arrive on Inko's doorstep. It isn't much, just his clothes and toiletries, personal capping supplies, everything he took with him on the trip. Someone even managed to find his phone in the woods. The screen is cracked in several places, but otherwise it's still in working order. She puts his clothes in the laundry basket, puts away the rest of his things, and picks up his phone. Inko does know the passcode. She's never used it before. She's not the sort of parent to go snooping through her son's texts, but they both can unlock each other's phones, just in case of emergencies. This is an emergency. At first she only wants the number from his contacts. If the person she wants to speak to cares about her son as much as she hopes he does, then calling him from her son's phone will only alarm him needlessly. But when she calls from her own phone, no one answers and the line goes straight to a pre-recorded voicemail greeting. Inko grits her teeth and tries once more before she gives up and calls from Izuku's phone. It's picked up after 2 rings. Hello. He stammers. Inko has never imagined him stammering. He doesn't seem like the sort of person who would ever stammer. For a moment, her voice sticks in her throat. But she rallies herself and presses on. My name is Midoriya Izuku, she says. It's a good place to start, to let him know that the name that probably popped up when the call came through is not the name of the person talking to him. I know you must be busy. And I hope I won't take up too much of your time. But there's something I was hoping to ask you. I don't think it's something you'll want overheard. Her throat pods as she swallows. If you're in the middle of something right now, then it can wait. But if you have any time at all, her voice catches. I'd like to talk to you face to face. I think it's overdue. He knows her address already. Of course he does. He's a teacher, after all. Even if Izuku wasn't the one to tell him, he has access to her son's student file. It takes him all of 10 minutes to arrive on her doorstep. Inko has to wonder if he even needed transportation. And that is how she finds herself with All Might in her living room, hunched and uncomfortable on her sofa with a cup of tea dwarfed in his hands and Mika attempting to climb into his lap. There haven't been ghosts in her house in a while. They are all out looking. All Might has a ghost, Inko remembers. She teaches Izuku things and makes jokes about his height. Inko wonders if that ghost is out looking, too. Mrs. Midoriya, I need you to know that I'm not blaming you. He doesn't look like he believes her. Her voice comes out harder and harsher than she intended, but that's the fear leaking in. And even if he does believe her, it looks like he's blaming himself plenty. Good, a harsher, crueler part of her thinks. She does her best to squash it down. And even if I was, this isn't about blame, she continues. This is about talking to you about my son, which as I said is long overdue. The hero before her shuts his eyes. It's almost a flinch. Mrs. Midoriya, I swear to you that we are doing everything. I don't want platitudes, she says coldly. I don't want to be reassured, because I can't be reassured. I want the truth. So tell me, All Might, did this happen because of One for All? It's not that All Might has been fidgeting much since he arrived, but now he freezes. His eyes are wide as he looks at her, blue and ringed with black. Not even his hands shake. You're surprised, she says. That bothers me, that you would bring that kind of change to my son's life and expect him not to tell me, but that's a problem for another day. I know my son has his own life and is old enough to make informed decisions, but I don't like not knowing things about him. She sets her own cup down, more forcefully than is polite. Since yesterday, I've had nothing but apologies and reassurances, and if I hear one more promise that someone's doing everything in their power to find my son, I might scream. So answer me honestly. She looks him in the eye. Was he targeted because of the power you gave him? Do you know what they want with him? It's possible, he answers. His voice is tight. This attack was spearheaded by Shigaraki, the villain who accosted him at the mall. I don't think it likely that he knows about the connection between myself and Yamazuka, but it might. His jaw clenches. He isn't trying to smile. How much did your son tell you? About One for All and what it can do. About your offer. And that there was something else he couldn't tell me. Inko pauses. Some other secret you had that was not his secret to tell and was dangerous to risk exposing. I told him that I didn't have to know if it didn't put him in danger, and he didn't tell me. Ah. All Might gives a short sigh and places down his own cup. He hesitates and his face is hard to read, but it looks like he's mentally wrestling with himself. I understand. And for what it's worth, you're right. I've done you wrong, and you deserve the truth. He puts his hands on his knees and bows his head, and In an instant is swathed in clouds of smoke. Inko tries not to startle and rises to open a window. Wait. There's something different about All Might's voice. The pitch is the same, but something in the timbre and underlying resonance has changed. It sounds less like low thunder, less like the voice of a cymbal, and more like... well, more like a voice. This can't get out, All Might tells her as the smoke dissipates and reveals him once more. Inko sits back down, hard. This is the truth, the frail skeleton of the man continues. The truth is that I have fought the leader of the League of Villains before, not Shigaraki Tamura, but the man behind him, and this was the result. The truth is that I have no reason to believe this shadow leader doesn't know that I passed my power to your son. The truth is that I don't know what he wants with Yamazuka, but it can't be good. The truth is, his voice breaks. His gaunt face is dry and smooth of emotion, but Inko can see it burning in his sunken eyes. The truth is that I fear for him. Izuku has spoken before about the appearances ghosts sometimes have. Injured, crippled, and deformed appearances. She wonders if this is how he sometimes feels, seeing someone damaged beyond repair and wondering how they got to be that way. Thank you, she says softly. For being honest. It was never my intention to come between you and your son. You didn't, Inko tells him. All Might, my husband passed away years ago, and I have raised my son almost single-handed ever since. The almost as a sticking point, she feels it isn't her place to tell him about the ghosts before Izuku has the chance, but she has to give credit where it's due. I know my son has his secrets, and I know that even when he tells the truth he'll omit things to keep from worrying me, but at the end of the day, we've built up a lot of trust between us. That trust can survive you. She folds her hands tight together, whitening her knuckles with pressure. And I can tell that Izuku feels the same about you. I thought it was just admiration, and maybe it was at first, but he does trust you. So, in spite of everything, I'm going to trust you, too. She catches All Might's gaze and holds it. Please don't make me regret it. He dips his head to her, practically bowing while still seated. You may be tired of hearing it, but it is the truth. I will not rest until both of my students are safe. Thank you, she answers, rising from her seat. All Might stands up a moment later. And thank you for trusting me as well. He nods, probably seeing the way she takes in his appearance. I have to say, he says quietly as he steps toward her door. You taking this not as poorly as I expected. He gestures vaguely at himself, at the way his hero costume hangs so loosely on his form. We all have secrets, Inko tells him wearily. I do. My son does. You aren't special. All Might blinks at her, and for a moment the creases of worry in his face smooth out with surprise. You know what, he says softly, thoughtfully. I think you're the first person ever to say that to me. In the morning, it's not Shigaraki who brings him to All for One, it's Compress. Izuku awakens inside one of the villain's marble prisons. He tries to thrash, but he can't. Compress didn't bother to take him off the chair before imprisoning him. There was no warning. No one even bothered waking him from his doze before it happened. Where's Bakugo? What's happening outside? Why is he here again? Before the fear can progress to panic tears, the closed darkness vanishes and releases him into the world again. He lands on his side, borne down to the floor by the weight of the chair, and bites back a yell of pain when his wrist lands between the floor and the arm of the chair it's secured to. He manages to wriggle it free, wincing, before the straps and buckles spring free as if of their own accord. Instinctively Izuku scrambles to his feet and faces All for One. The door behind him shuts. Compress is already gone. I'm curious, All for One says mildly. Did you honestly believe that such a rushed escape plan would actually work? Izuku opens his mouth to reply and manages a hoarse croak. He tries again. It was worth it just to try. His voice shakes. It's possibly because his hammering heart is sending tremors through his entire chest. You're awfully quick to say that. The mild tone takes on an edge, and Izuku finds himself stepping back. What did you think would happen? Did you think you would get far when two of your captors could call you back on a win? Now you're back, and you leave me no choice but to decide on fitting consequences. How should I reprimand you for the lesson to stick? Or rather, who should I punish? Izuku thinks of Ragdoll lying sedated in her own lonely room. He takes a chance. "You have me or Bakugo," he says, letting his voice shake like it wants to. "I don't care what you do to me, and if you think Bakugo scares that easy, then you're not as smart as you think you are." His voice cracks on the word think. It's not forced. He wants to cry. He waits for All For One to call him on his bluff, but the villain simply gives a soft HN and does not reply immediately. Hope lights up within Izuku's chest. Is it possible? Does All For One not know that he knows about Ragdoll? Interesting, All For One remarks. "Am I to understand that your friend Bakugo is an acceptable sacrifice to you?" The word friend sounds sour in Izuku's ears. Hot shame fills him, choking out the hope. That wasn't what he meant, of course, but that was sort of what he ended up saying anyway. He clenches his fists. He's alone right now. One For All hasn't gotten back to him yet, and none of the others will go near this room. He's on his own. "The more you hurt us," he says, "the more All Might will hurt you when he gets here." All For One chuckles, and the edge in his voice sharpens like a blade against Izuku's throat. "Is that what you're telling yourself? Which of us are you trying to convince? It's a fact." "Oh, come now, let's not have any pretense," All For One breaks in, his voice as slick and dark as oil. "I know as well as you do that his days as a hero are numbered, and perhaps his days on this earth are, as well." Izuku's shoulders tense. He's gotten weaker, hasn't he? All For One is smiling, and he has no eyes for it to reach. "Were I a gambling man, I would bet he was weak even before he gave you that power." He gestures vaguely at his medical equipment. "It all balances out, doesn't it? At the end of the day, what do you think he has that I do not?" Izuku thinks for a moment. "Here," he says. He hits the wall. There's no warning. All For One barely moves at all, except for his right arm. It moves, grows, expands, shifts and changes into a single bristling, misshapen mass that strikes Izuku like a battering ram, driving the wind from his lungs as he slammed back into the wall. Full cowl comes to him unbidden as he struggles, but he might as well not even bother. 5% is nothing to the power that All For One now wields against him. As Izuku thrashes and claws at the misshapen hand holding him, he feels the powerful digits close around his throat. With a mere tightening of his fingers, All For One stops him from breathing. "I told you before that I respect you," All For One says, as calm as a summer day while Izuku suffocates in his grip. "But if you cannot offer me the same in return, then I must act accordingly. I have tried to be courteous, but that was a mistake, if it makes you think you have the right to treat this like a jerk." Izuku kicks uselessly at the swollen arm, and All For One shakes his head in disapproval. "Courtesy costs you nothing, Midoriya." Darkness creeps in at the edges, and Izuku goes limp and thinks, all right, he's made his point. But the grip on his throat does not loosen even then. Panic sinks back in as the darkness fills his vision, and Izuku gives one final thrash before everything goes black. He comes to on the floor, crumpled and wheezing against the thin carpet. His throat aches, and his head is a dizzy, nauseous mess. "Stand up, now," All For One says, chiding. "Let's try again." Izuku stays where he is, struggling to fill his brain with oxygen again. A shape looms over him, blocking out the light, and on instinct Izuku crawls away from it until he hits a wall. "Oh, come now," All For One tuts. "You merely fainted, that's all." He pauses while Izuku continues to get his breath back. "I suppose that was a bit severe. If you feel too unwell to continue this conversation, I can call Mr. Compress to take you back again." Izuku forces himself to his feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees the arm retract, shriek, and become an arm once more. All For One folds his hands in his lap and gives him a pleasant smile, nodding to the rider chair. Izuku stumbles over and falls into it again. "Are you ready to take this seriously?" Izuku nods wordlessly. "Good. Now, where were we? Ah, right. Your friend Bakugo and your willingness to sacrifice him." The smile widens. "Callousness? Or do you have that much faith in him? Or, more likely, he has done nothing to deserve your loyalty?" He pauses, considering him. "You seem like the sort who saves his loyalty for those who deserve it." Izuku keeps silent. "You may answer, as long as you answer seriously." He's consistent. It hurts to talk now. Izuku's voice comes out as a croak. He would love to ask for water, but he can't be sure All for One won't think he's being flippant again. He's strong. He can take it. We both can. Interesting, All for One muses. Izuku looks up at him curiously, and All for One smiles again, as if sensing his confusion. That you believe is strong. You really are a child of All Might's world if you think that is what strength is. He's always been strong. It's easier just to whisper, Izuku finds. It hurts less and his voice sounds less wobbly. I have watched his progress as I have watched yours, All for One says. I have seen a little bit of how he treats you, and I can understand why you resent him. Would it comfort you to know that he deserves it? Izuku looks away. What's more, I can tell you now that he is powerful and destructive, but he is not strong. Would you like to know why? Izuku doesn't answer. Would you like to know why? All for One repeats. Sure, I mean, yes, Izuku corrects himself. All for One smiles again. Because the strong are those who use emotion as a catalyst to action, he explains. Fear, love, hatred and anger. Izuku coughs. He does that. Bakugo does that. Ah, you speak from experience. But no. He does not. All for One shakes his head. His anger is not a catalyst, boy, it is the sole driving force. And that is not strength. That is weakness, because it is so easily redirected and guided. He possesses a great deal of power, but he is still weak. He pauses. But you're quite a different story. Izuku stares at the floor and focuses on breathing. You have anger of your own, All for One says. But yours is on a leash. It doesn't drive you, it answers to your call. You keep it cold instead of burning out of control. And that, Midoriya Izuku, is strength. It's cleverness and guile, and it should be nurtured. That part of you deserves to thrive. All for One's tone makes Izuku look up. It's so pointed, how he says it. It will, he says. The villain shakes his head pityingly. The world you long so much to live in will choke it out before it has the chance, because there are only two kinds of anger it will allow. The kind that burns brightly, or none at all. Izuku's head hurts. One moment All for One's throttling him, and the next is layering on the praise and life advice, and Izuku is starting to lose track of which way is up or down. Look at the heroes that have risen to the top. All Might, who laughs and smiles away the fear and anger and darkness. Endeavor, who lets his rage fuel his fires. That is what your precious world holds dear, pretty lies and rage. That is why it will never accept you the way you are. That is why it will hold up those like your friend Bakugo, who lets his temper command him with no regard for the damage it causes. A mere thug, no more than a bully who squanders his blessings. Is that the sort of shield this world needs? We are kids, Izuku whispers. We are in school, that's what it's for. Ah, All for One says. I see. You think he'll change? Izuku clenches his teeth. You think someone like that, shaped and encouraged by the world that All Might has created, will ever learn to control that anger? You think he'll ever understand and accept that he has to, when no one in that world has ever told him that he is wrong? But do you think a mere teacher can break through that kind of arrogance? All for One asks. I can tell you know that it can't. And I know this because of you, boy. Because All Might will try to change you, or has already tried to change you, and yet you sit before me, still yourself. He's teaching me, Izuku says. There are things I need to improve on, and he helps me. He does not want you to improve, All for One says sadly. He just wants you to be him. Izuku's trader brain drags him back, forces a memory on him. It's one of the days leading up to the sports festival, a pep talk from All Might. I don't have much time left as a pillar of justice. And so, as the next All Might, the fledgling symbol of peace, you must use the stage to announce yourself to the world. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. Being called the next All Might by All Might himself. I do not need to see your face to know that that will never be, All for One continues. You will never be All Might. I know that, Izuku says, and his voice breaks in and out as he regains his power of speech. I'm not trying to be. As well you shouldn't. Students are supposed to learn from their teachers, not copy them. Warm approval seeps into All for One's voice, and in anyone else it would sound reassuring, but Izuku feels the ice beneath him thin. But All Might cannot see that. He only knows his way, and he can only teach his way, and because of that, he will only see it as a failure when you inevitably carve your own path. He will only see you as a failure. And as long as the world praises those like Bakugo, that is all anyone will say. He pauses. I can give you a chance to change that. Let him win, One for All had said. Izuku drags memories of pain and darkness and laughter as a closet door closes until the tears run and the soft sobs force themselves free. In the end, it is to his very great relief that All for One sends him back by his own power instead of calling Compress to do the job. The black sludge deposits him back in the room, swollen-eyed and drained, and he puts up no resistance when they lock him up again. Bakugo's eyes burn into the side of his head. His former friend is watching him closely, but Izuku can't afford to care. Better to be scrutinized by Bakugo than any of the villains. One for All is at his side in an instant, looking troubled as he signs. Did he hurt you? It's all right. Nothing bad happened. You're through it. Izuku gives his head a tiny shake. I'm fine. What did you find out? One for All beckons and another ghost moves forward. She's a tired-looking woman, even after death. They keep a serum to counteract the sedatives they use, she says. In case of an accidental overdose on a prisoner they want alive. They tried to use it on me, but I had an allergic reaction to one of the active ingredients, so her voice trails off. It's in the same room that woman is being kept in. If you can get there, I can show you. Izuku purses his lips. Through the curtain of his hair, he watches the other villains. It's the usual crowd, plus the villain he hasn't seen much of yet, the one that they call twice. The latter mutters to himself, or to no one in particular, and the other villains seem to regard him with mixed pity and amusement. It's a decent distraction in which to hold a finger-spelled conversation. They'll take me to the bathroom later, he says. I might be able to slip away if there's a decent diversion. They'll be watching you carefully, One for All points out. I won't be gone for long. Just long enough to free her and give her time. What kind of distraction did you have in mind, the woman asks. Izuku's brow furrows. You can mess with electronics, can't you? There has to be something nearby you can break. He bites his lip. Just not too close or convenient, or he might suspect that I do know what my original quirk is. It won't be easy, the woman says wryly. When it comes to touching solid things, we are pretty limited. I've been here for a couple of days now, Izuku tells her. Try again, and you might surprise yourself. One for All's face lights up, and he signs excitedly. They've been having trouble with the power in some of these hallways, he says. You probably haven't noticed, since you've mostly been teleported back and forth, but the wiring is off in the main lights, and they focus both their power and their emergency power on their priority functions, like my brother's medical equipment and the doctor's work. Izuku nods. That should make it easy to mess with, then wait. What work? He asks. You didn't tell him, the woman says, with a pointed look at One for All. He is to focus on his own escape. Knowing about that won't help him get out faster. At least if he frees Ragdoll, then she can take what she knows back to her. Izuku moves his foot. To anyone else it probably looks like a bored swing of his leg, but to One for All it feels like a kick to the shin. I don't like being kept in the dark. He flashes a quick glare at One for All. What work? The spirit looks pained. This? For a moment it looks like he's going to refuse him outright. Look, this is the facility where the Numu are made. It's a big facility. But you need to not worry about that right now and focus on staying alive and making it out. I know you're very brave and very clever, but you're still a kid and you need to survive this. Izuku grinds his teeth until his skull aches. Numu. Tsubasa and the other ruined ghost, that locked door. Was that what they were trying to show him? It takes a great deal of effort, but he finally manages to shove that bit of knowledge in a file for later. It's all for one's own stupid mistake, bringing them here. All Might and the other heroes will find them eventually. When they do, they'll bring this place down around his ears. Izuku gestures to make sure they get here fast. Katsuki has never been one for wondering. His thinking has always happened in a fairly straight line, and people who get things done by thinking a lot are the ones who aren't strong enough to get them done with a punch. But he sees Deku now, and he sees the way the villains act around him, and he wonders. He wonders about how quiet Deku is with his meek complicity and his infuriatingly docile reactions to everything these shithead villains do. He wonders about how often he vanishes, apparently to chat up the shadow leader himself, while all Bakudu gets to do is listen to Shidaraki's manic recruitment pitches until exploding his own goddamn face starts to sound appealing. He wonders about how much quieter Deku is now than he was when he first got here. How little he fights. How sharply he watches things around him. How he offers weak little smiles to some of the villains if they happen to talk to him. How he won't even look in Katsuki's direction anymore. Katsuki isn't stupid. He knows that getting hit 3 or more times by the same villain group within the space of a school term isn't normal for the top hero school of the country. He knows it can't be a coincidence that this group knew details about both the USJ trip and the forest trip when the school keeps those things under wraps. He knows they have to be getting their information somewhere. And now, he looks at Deku and he wonders. It seems absurd at first. Deku's a sneaky, mealy-mouthed little shit who doesn't know what's good for him, but has never made it a secret what he wants. Nobody who wants to be a hero as bad as Deku does would ever snitch to scum like this. But that doesn't do away with the meek little smile Deku gives the Toda bitch while she leans on his chair and chats him up. When the possibility gets lodged in his head, Katsuki's first reaction is one of fury. If Deku's some kind of traitor, then Katsuki would be happy to string him up with his own hands. That's what he'd do to any traitor. He'd end them without a thought, no questions asked. And yet he has questions now. Questions like why? And the answer comes from a place he wish it didn't, because questions that come to him from Aizawa's mouth make too much sense to brush aside. People have limits. Even the kindest, most patient people have limits. They are fallible. They can be pushed too far. His hands ache as fat and pains grip his knuckles, memories of so many punches, so many blows so casual that he's forgotten most of them. He thinks of Yanter, callous burns from letting his quirk go wild. He thinks of a closet door. What closet door? When was that? He's forgotten. For the life of him, he can't remember. How you treat your allies can be the difference between having help and being utterly alone. Deku has never been an ally. He's been a stepping stone or a pebble on the side of the road. Never someone to walk beside. But now he is, and now. Now it might not even matter. Now it might be too late. Maybe it was already too late before he even got here. And Sir Katsuki sits and he sees and he wonders. He sees Deku duck his head at Shigaraki instead of showing his teeth like a hero ought to do to a villain, and he wonders. Is this my fault? Did I do this? He has never felt so alone. The third time Aizaru is firmly but politely escorted to a hospital waiting room since morning, one of his classmates is actually there to see a nurse ushering him out of the hallway. Aizaru doesn't quite know what he looks like at this point, but it must not be pretty if it shoves Ida into mum-friend mode in no time flat. Then again, Kirishima's been drifting around here since yesterday, waiting for news about Jiru's condition, desperate to be surrounded by friends but equally desperate to keep them from seeing how wrecked has been since the camp. Classmates have come and gone, some of them staying, some of them going home, but Ida's been a constant. I'm worried about you, Kirishima-kun. Aizaru's in a chair now. When did he end up in a chair? If you need to talk, then you don't need to hold back. There's a steadying hand on his shoulder, and that helps bring him further into the here and now. It's fine. Aizaru flashes a quick grin. I wasn't injured or anything. Never even left the facility. His stomach dips and twists as he says this. He never even left. Barely even sniffed danger while everyone else fought for their lives. I wasn't talking about physical injury. Kirishima, Ida grips his shoulder lightly, compelling him to look him in the eye. I haven't seen you with anyone. Are you here alone? Do you need help getting home? No, Aizaru says, a little too quickly. And no, I don't, I mean, I'm fine. Kaminari and Ashido are sitting with Juru, and Sira's with them, and everybody else is doing their own thing, and I mean, I don't want to bring the mood down any further, but I don't want to go home yet. Well, I'm not doing anything at the moment, Ida says. I'd be happy to keep you company. Dude, no, I'll be fine, you don't have to. What if I want your company? It's getting harder to smile, and Azuru's grin is getting weaker. I mean, have you checked on Uraraka, or he hesitates? Or Todoroki? He hasn't seen much of Todoroki, and he gets the feeling that it's because Todoroki doesn't want to be sane. Uraraka's only a little better by keeping Ashido or Yaoyorozu company, and sometimes it looks like she's barely holding it together, but at least she's showing something. As far as Azuri knows, Todoroki hasn't. At all. They seem to be checking on each other quite frequently, Ida says. Which I should find it reassuring. I've been worried about Todoroki, and I've always known Uraraka to be a rock of good sense, and yet I get the feeling they're avoiding me. Ah, that sucks. They talk for a while, until Ida apparently decides Azuru's not about to have a nervous breakdown, and then they both move on again. Azuru makes an effort to keep his mind in the present. If he sinks too deep in thought, he's liable to end up somewhere he shouldn't be and be escorted out again. And so, he points himself in the direction of Tetsu's hospital room. It's been too long since he checked up on his friend. If he talked with Ida just a bit longer, or if he decided to visit Juru instead, or any number of alternatives, he might never have ended up where he does. He ends up getting turned around, and in the midst of backtracking he almost barges in on Yaoyorozu while she holds a hushed conversation with Aizawa-sensei. And that's odd, that Aizawa-sensei's here. Azuru hasn't seen hide nor hair of heroes since they got here, and for good reason. Since the League of Villains abducted 2 teenagers and a pro-hero, it's been all hands on deck, so what's Aizawa doing back here, talking to Yaoyorozu? Azuru ducks back around a corner to listen, and barely a few minutes later, he's slipping away as fast as he can. They have a lead. They have a lead straight to the Numo, straight to the lead, straight to Midoriya and Bakugo. And it's not a lead that the pros found, no, Yaoyorozu made it, his classmate made it. And that means that maybe his friends have a chance. Maybe he still has a chance. Azuru stops in the middle of the hallway, eyes wide. He couldn't do anything before. Maybe this is his chance to make up for it. His mind races. He can't go rushing into this. Even if it went horrifically dangerous, there's the fact that he can't act on this without Yaoyorozu's help, and who's to say she'll help him at all? He needs help. He can't be the only one who feels this way, can he? Ashido, Sira, and Kaminari were stuck back at the facility same as he was. They are Bakugo's friends, too. If he asked, would they come with him? He knows for a fact that Ida's frustrated too, somewhere under all that worrying and common sense. And Todoroki would help. Kirishima's not sure why he knows that, but he does. It's as good as fact. But Ida said that Uraraka was keeping an eye on him. Azuru just needs to catch him at a good moment alone, and mid-thought, he smacks straight into Todoroki's back. His classmate startles and the air goes cold as he turns his right side toward Azuru before recognizing him. Azuru sees the brace on his wrist and almost trips over himself. I'm so sorry, he blurts. I didn't bump your wrist, did I? Are you okay? Fine. Todoroki's voice is tight. Sorry, I need to go. Wait. Azuru blurts and grabs his shoulder without thinking. Todoroki gives him a look that makes him let go immediately. I need to talk to you. It's important and I think you'll want to hear it. For a moment he's sure that Todoroki's going to tell him to piss off. But then his classmate blinks and a look of recognition creeps over his face. Carefully he turns around to face him fully, eyes flickering to the sides as if checking for eavesdroppers. Is this about Yaoyorozu, he asks, and Azuru almost chokes on the A's breathing. How did you, he stops short. You already know. Have you talked to her? Todoroki asks, which isn't a yes, but it might as well be. I mean, no, I haven't talked to her. Yet. It takes a little more nerve than usual to look Todoroki in the eye. You're frustrated, aren't you? I can tell. Todoroki's eyes narrow until Eijiro adds, I feel the same way. Todoroki checks their surroundings again. I can't compare myself to you, Eijiro says, letting the volume of his voice drop. You were out there fighting them head-on, and I was stuck back in the safe zone because I was too stupid to reach the same level as the rest of you. I couldn't help. Even when Aizawa-sensei gave us permission to fight, I couldn't reach you guys, I couldn't. He grinds his teeth in frustration. But I have a chance now. We have a chance now. Yaoyorozu gave the pros a lead, and that means we can still reach them. We can still do something to help. He's about to say more. He's ready to plead if he has to, because he's desperate, but he isn't stupid and he knows he can't do this alone. But then approaching footsteps make him shut his mouth, and his heart sinks with disappointment when Uraraka rounds the corner. Todoroki, Aizawa-sensei just left so we can try, and she snaps to a halt the second she sees Eijiro, and when her mouth slimes shut, so does the look on her face. Todoroki turns to her. You might as well finish that sentence, Uraraka. Her eyes flicker toward Eijiro. You mean? A bloom of hope stops his sinking hard in its tracks. You too, huh? Uraraka's face is set with determination. It reminds him, distantly, of the energy that surrounded her in the days leading up to the sports festival. But where that was all razor-sharp smiles and devil-may-care glee, this is stone-cold unstoppable. He remembers that Uraraka was out there fighting, too. Eijiro only hopes he can do them proud. I have one condition, Yaoyorozu says. And really, one condition is still a lot easier than Shadow expected. One condition is miles better than an outright no. Name it, he says. Yaoyorozu bites her lip and looks to each of their faces one by one. It's getting on to evening, and they're gathered outside in a hospital courtyard. It's quiet, secluded, and free of prying eyes. This is a bad idea, she says. You know that, right? Without even taking into account how incredibly illegal this is, it's dangerous, it's ill-advised, and it's most likely pointless. Kirishima makes a noise of protest, and Uraraka looks away, but Shadow shrugs it off. He knows, logically, that thinking they can significantly contribute to something that every major hero in the city is already working on is arrogance. How can they possibly help when All Might himself is spearheading the attack? Knowing it is one thing. Stifling the voice in his head that cries, but what if is another. So if we are going to do this, we are doing it as smart as we possibly can. Yaoyorozu's tone brooks no argument. She's leveraging her assistant class rep voice against them, and instinctive shame bubbles up in Shadow's chest before he buries it down again. We are not going on our own. And I don't mean just us together, I mean that wherever the tracker leads, we don't go near it until the heroes do. And we don't interfere unless it's absolutely necessary. A muffled groan of frustration escapes Kirishima. If you can't agree to that, then I'm ending this before it starts, Yaoyorozu says. It's not a bluff. Yaoyorozu isn't the kind of person to make empty threats. Fine, Kirishima says softly. Do you know when that is? Uraraka asks. Yaoyorozu nods, and her shoulders go from tense to squared. Yes, she says. I don't think they meant for me to know, but since I was the one who set the tracker, I've been involved whether they like it or not. It's tomorrow night. That late. It slips out before Shada can stop it. They have to prepare their mission, Yaoyorozu points out. It's a lot of moving parts. The League will have had them for 3 days by then. He doesn't mean to snap. He almost regrets bringing her in like this, even if they need her to pull this off. He didn't realize that waiting on the pros to make a move meant waiting an entire day. Well, that's how it is. Yaoyorozu's tone turns harsh. Hero work isn't just running headfirst into a fight, it takes planning and strategy, especially when there are lives on the line. Our classmates' lives are on the line, Todoroki, are you telling me you want them to rush it with those stakes? Shada grits his teeth. Kirishima reaches for his shoulder hesitantly. She's right, man, he says. Look, I don't like waiting either, but the pros can't afford to get sloppy, and neither can we. Shadow shrugs off his hand. Todoroki. Uraraka sounds resigned. I'm worried about him, too. But if we don't get this right, we could end up making things worse for him. For both of them. You know that, right? I know, Shadow says tersely. I hate it, but I know. So that's a yes all around. Uraraka turns back to Yaoyorozu. No jumping the gun, no going in alone, we do this as close to above board as we possibly can. It leaves us with time to get ready, right? Kirishima points out. Best as we can, school's holding on to all our gear, so that's out. And there's another problem, Uraraka adds. Every one of us has been directly in the spotlight on national TV. We are all recognizable. There's a shopping district close to where the tracker leads, Yaoyorozu says. There's enough distance that we probably won't attract attention, and it'll be easy to get lost in the crowds. We need to work out when, Shouder reminds them. Oh, good thinking. Kirishima nods. Yaoyorozu, what more can you tell us about what the pros are planning? Well, Yaoyorozu hesitates, looking uncomfortable. It takes a moment for Shouder to understand why. Not here, he says. We are in public, and it's pretty exposed out here. He hesitates, pursing his lips. Come on. We can talk more at my place. Is that better? Uraraka asked skeptically. My father hasn't been home lately, for obvious reasons, Shouder says with a shrug. And it's about as secure as we are going to get. Kirishima looks eager at this. Perks of being the number two's kid, huh? Number two is right, Shouder mutters as he heads back out of the courtyard. What did you just say? Kirishima calls. Nothing. The rest follow him out. Momo, I had a thought, Uraraka speaks up. Going out and buying disguises costs money, do you think you could make us some stuff instead? Maybe, Yaoyorozu murmurs back. Let's discuss it more when we are at Todoroki's house. You will do no such thing. Shouder freezes. Kirishima yelps in alarm and trips into his back. The girls go still. Striding toward them from the shadows closer to the building is the very last person Shouder hoped to say. Ida looks fit to be tied. The four of them exchange glances. Uraraka starts. How long have you been listening? Long enough, Ida says coldly, halting before them. And I'm putting a stop to this here, before the four of you make a mistake we all regret. Yaoyorozu lets out a harsh sigh. Ida, we're not. It doesn't matter. Ida doesn't quite raise his voice, but it feels like he's shouting. All of you, 2 nights ago any one of us could have died. Do you understand that? 3 of you were in the thick of it, have you forgotten how dire this situation is? Kirishima seems to shrink in on himself. Shouder fights against a wave of unreasonable anger. It almost overtakes him completely. He's spent the past 2 days in a numb fog, and the sudden fury burns extra hot and extra sharp. He tries to clench his fists, but he can only manage one of them. I haven't forgotten, he says quietly. You can't possibly think any sane minds would approve of this. Ida goes on, as if he doesn't hear. You don't have to approve, Shouder snaps. We don't care if you like it or not, Ida. Just don't get in our way. Ida's eyes snap toward his. I'm surprised at you, Todoroki, he says coldly. I would have thought that you, of all people, would know how foolish this was. Shouder almost loses his temper then and there. Don't push your screw up on me, he snaps, viciously satisfied when Ida bridles. If you'd bothered to actually listen, you'd know that our intentions are different. I don't care about your intentions. What you're doing is breaking the law and needlessly throwing yourselves into danger instead of letting the heroes handle things. You talking like this has nothing to do with us. Shouder retorts. You said yourself, 3 of us were there, we already have a stake in this because we were involved from the beginning. And you survived. We survived and we escaped, and I know you're upset about Midoriya, but do you really think he'd want you running back into danger after you barely escaped with your life before? He would do the same for any one of us, Shouder grits out, and then he keeps going, because he is just angry and afraid enough to be cruel. And you know that, because he already had to. Ida punches him. The others gasp, but Shouder lets it come. He's almost glad of it, it's the most he's felt since the night of the attack. Ida, Uraraka tries. That was low. Ida's voice shakes, his still clenched fist shakes, every part of him shakes. That was low and you know it. Was it a lie? Shouder asks. He isn't bleeding, but his cheekbone throbs. He'll probably have a bruise there tomorrow. How could you use that to defend yourself? Ida demands. Don't you see the hypocrisy? Shadow finds his own hands shaking now, too. Ida, don't you see that you're about to make the same mistake I did? Ida's voice rises in volume. Don't you remember how angry he was with me? What makes you think it'll be any different for you? Shadow grabs a fistful of Ida's shirt in his left hand because his right is still splintered. Surprise registers on Ida's face as Shadow yanks him closer and grits out his answer through clenched teeth. I had him, Ida. Ida's eyes widen. What? I had him. I was holding on to him when they took him. When they pulled him through that gate. Pressure builds behind his eyes, hard and stifling. I had him. And then I let him go. He sees Ida's eyes lower, traveling from his face to his injured hand. He sees the moment that confusion becomes dawning realization. Todoroki. Uraraka's voice is soft and careful at his side. It wasn't your fault. Yeah, we know you, man, Kirishima adds. If there was anything you could have done, you would have. There wasn't, Shadow says. And I didn't. Ida's hand rests on Shadow's fist. Think about what would have happened if you hadn't let go, he says, and his voice is full of compassion, but Shadow doesn't want compassion, he just wants Ida to understand. They would have taken you too. I don't care about what would have happened, Shadow tells him. What did happen was that I had him, and then I let go. The pressure in his eyes turns to burning, and he releases Ida roughly. No. I know the pros are handling it, and I know it's just arrogance. I know there's nothing I can do that they can't already. But I also know that if they're not enough, his voice catches. If he dies while I sat at home and did nothing, I will regret it forever. He looks Ida in the eye, willing him to understand. I'm not out for revenge. I don't want to get even. I just want to do everything I can to help my friend. He hesitates a moment more, then goes in for the kill. Don't you? Ida looks away first. Ida, Kirishima speaks up next. It's like he said. Only 3 of us were in the thick of it. I couldn't help. And that doesn't sit right with me. I want a chance to be there for my friends. For both of my friends. Ida's knuckles are white. Gingerly Shadow ices the side of his face that his friend struck. They are going to do it, Yaoirozu says. One way or another. We might as well make sure they do it as smart as possible. A harsh sigh spills past Ida's lips. This is not a good idea. I do not approve of this. His eyes turn to Shadow again, narrowed in disapproval. This goes against everything I've learned from my own mistakes. Everything Midoriya himself helped hammer into my head. You know that. If he's angry with me for it, then at least he'll still be alive to be angry, Shadow says. And maybe if I'm lucky, he'll even live long enough to forgive me. Ida holds his gaze a moment more, then locks eyes with the others as well. If they try to stop you, I'll fail, he says. If I go running to a pro hero about it, I'll only distract them from their mission. If I let you go, I'll have no way of ensuring you all don't get yourselves or others killed. He sighs again, short and harsh. You really haven't given me a choice but to come along. Glad that's settled then, Kirishima says, forcing a smile. Shadow rubs at his sore face as he turns away. Can we go now? We need to discuss our strategy. 5 is better than 4 is better than 2 is better than none. The ghosts are clever about it. The flickering happens throughout the day with greater severity than Izuku has seen yet. The villains take little notice of it, for the most part. Shigaraki mutters to himself in annoyance. Toga draws twice into a game in which they stand up and sit down each time the lights turn on and off. She sees Izuku watching and smiles. Maybe if you're good, we'll let you play later, too. Izuku smiles at her weakly. He has no idea what it must look like, but it can't be pretty. In the evening, as Izuku is walked back from the bathroom by twice, One for All appears and gives him a thumbs up. The lights flicker again, and then they go dark. Izuku's eyes adjust easily, and so he sees the villain lunging to grab him before he can escape. He knocks twice hand aside and takes off running. The ghost timed it well. At the moment, the nearest exits are in the opposite direction of Ragdoll's room. The villains will make sure to cut off escape routes first, leaving him free to get to her. Their voices guide his way as he runs. Not that way. Toad is coming. This way, you can slip past Dabby if you're quick. Hurry. Take a right. You can do it. Eventually, he reaches the familiar hallway and... Deku. Izuku's heart sinks. He looks over to where Tsubasa watches him, back toward the turnoff that takes him to the locked door. I'm sorry, he whispers. I'll try it later. I promise. The hallway is empty as he ducks into the room he's looking for and closes the door behind him. Ragdoll doesn't seem to have moved. She's in a hospital gown, laid out limply on a cot. She's awake, with her eyes half open, but she barely moves as Izuku walks in. There's only a single strap holding her there, secured over her waist. Her left forearm is exposed and covered in what look like sticking plasters. Over here. The ghostly woman is with him, pointing to a drawer. Serum's kept in here. Don't worry, the doc won't be in to dose her for a while. Izuku wastes no time. Sure enough, there's a sealed vial capped inside, and another drawer holds fresh hypodermic needles. His blood runs cold. I don't know how to. I'll talk you through it, the ghost says. How do you know all this, he whispers. I used to work here, she replies. But then we ran short on test subjects, and turned out I was the only one with the blood type they wanted. He didn't mean to kill me when he did, but by then, I was happy to go. Step by step, she talks him through filling the syringe before he finally approaches Ragnar's bedside. It's been barely a couple minutes, but he feels like he's been here too long. The ghosts are keeping watch outside, making sure that when he does release Ragdoll, she has a clear path to freedom. The ghost stands behind him and places her hands over his to guide them. Ragdoll is watching him, bleary-eyed and unfocused. Just hang on a second, he tells her shakily. Hopefully I won't screw this up. Keep your hands steady, the woman says. I'll do the rest. It's over before Izuku's hands start shaking, and he presses his thumb to the puncture to keep it from bleeding. Wasn't as steady as I would have liked, the woman says ruefully. She'll bruise, but the serum should kick in after half a minute. He undoes the restraining straps. In the end, it takes less than that for Ragdoll to shrug him off and sit up. What are you doing here, she hisses. Her voice is slightly slurred, but she's up and awake. Ye shouldn't be here. Oh, believe me, I know that. She pauses. Bakuga's here as well. And she breaks off, lips moving. Come on. Stay close to me, and we'll make it out. He shakes his head. I can't. I have to go back, but you need to get out. If I get back to them, they might not realize I've freed you. Not happening, she says as she stands up. Her legs are unsteady, her cheerful face set and serious. That's not how it works, not when I'm the pro and you're the injured student. If only one of us can escape, then it has to be you. His ears roar. No, it doesn't, he argues. You know they'll move us once a prisoner escapes, and you're the one with the quirk that can find us later. Ragdoll's eyes are bright and sharp with desperation and trickling fear. At least if I stay, I might be able to protect. Tell me I'm wrong, Izuku says. I can't find you later if you're killed as punishment for freeing me. They won't kill me. They want to recruit me. Izuku stares her down, heart pounding. Ragdoll, please. There's no time. Her eyes shine with held-back tears of frustration. You shouldn't have taken this risk, kitten. But she turns to the door. Come on. If you're found with me, then it's over. A ghost bursts through the door, wild-eyed with alarm. They are coming. All of them, they are all headed this way. I don't know what happened, but you need to get her out of here, now. Go, Izuku says. Go, now. There must be something in his tone that convinces her, because she throws the door open and runs out as fast as her adult state will allow. Izuku runs after her into the darkened hallway, but does not follow her further. He looks to the ghosts for cues, because if they're coming then he can find out where, and he can draw them off and give Ragdoll time. He can do this. He can save her, and in doing so maybe save himself and Bakugo. Wait. Izuku is spun around and finds one for all tense and fearful before him and ragdoll at the nearest corner, unwittingly surrounded by desperate, wide-eyed ghosts. They are coming. Tell her to turn back. What? Izuku blurts out just as ragdoll whirls back around to him. She sprints to his side and grabs him none too gently by the arm. Either run for an exit or get in that room and hide. They're here. But they walked into the next hallway, one of the ghosts says. All of them. They are heading this way and they know you're here. Head for an exit, ragdoll orders. I'll hold them off. But go, she cries, just as Twice rounds the corner at a run. Now, miss, he says, hands held out. Please come quietly, I'd rather not. She takes him out with a haymaker to the jaw. Go, kitten. Get out of here, now. Toga is the next to appear, with Spinner and Magna not far behind. Another hand grips his arm, it's the ghost woman again, pulling him away. She's right. This is your chance to escape, and you're not likely to get another one. Before Izuku can reply, before he can even make a decision, he's yanked off his feet. Nothing grabs him, one moment he's standing, and the next is sailing through the air until he slams into Ragdoll's side. The heroine grunts with the impact, and in spite of Izuku's best efforts, he can't separate himself from her. Good work, Magna. Toga chirps. I was hoping to stab her a little, though. Shift over a little, Ragdoll murmurs. Toward my back, please. In a moment, Izuku sees what she's trying to tell him. Instead of trying to pull away, he slides over until he's pressed against her back instead of her side, letting her arms maneuver more freely. He hears a grunt of pain from Spinner shortly before Ragdoll lunges, dragging him along. Whoosh! Third. The pressure releases and he tumbles away from Ragdoll to find her slamming the handle of Spinner's weapon into Magna's stomach. The villain doubles up, retching, and a swift elbow to the back of her neck knocks her flat. Toga lunges forward with a knife in her hand and Izuku kicks out to trip her before she can reach Ragdoll's back. Beneath him, the floor turns black. Izuku's blood turns to ice. Ragdoll, get out of the portal, he yells, just a split second too late. The warp gate drops them all in another room, on the cold hard floor at All for One's feet. Izuku isn't immediately sure that it's All for One beneath that heavy metal mask. But with the telltale whir and hiss of oxygen and life support, it can't be anyone else. For a moment, it's dead quiet. The villains are quickly on their feet, Spinner, Toda, Compress, Shigaraki, Magna, and Dabi. Kurogiri stands alongside his leader, ready to bring them back if they try to run. Ragdoll's eyes are fixed on the figure before them, flickering as she sizes him up. All for one size. Midoriya, he says. My dear boy, I'm very disappointed in you. Ragdoll moves. She lunges, not toward All for One, but Kurogiri. His quirk is powerful, but Ragdoll is fast, leaping on him, then slipping a syringe from beneath her hospital gown and plunging it into his body. Spinner lunges to grab her, and Izuku tackles him away from her. Kurogiri staggers, and when Ragdoll takes him down, he doesn't get back up again. Compress, All for One says. Ragdoll whips around, eyes wide with alarm, and Izuku only has time for a strangled yelp before his world goes small again. He's screaming when Compress lets him out, then imprisons him. Out and in, again and again, each imprisonment longer than the last, until Izuku's skin crawls and bile creeps up to his throat. His ears ring when he's let out one last time, but he can still hear Ragdoll's voice pitching through it, harsh with fury. Him alone. He's only a boy, you cowards. That's enough, Compress, All for One says. I think we've made our point with this troublesome child. Every movement feels like 1,000 pinpricks in his skin, like spider legs walking over every inch of him. For a moment, all Izuku can do is lie still and shake. He turns his head, but through the tunnel vision he can only catch flashes of things, Kurogiri, lying still on the floor. Ragdoll held back by both Dabi and Spinner, with a knife to her throat and Dabi's hand on the back of her neck. One for all crouching by him with a look of anguish on his face. He knew, the spirit says. He knew, and he was waiting for you, but he never said it out loud so no one overheard it. Izuku, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Tears well up in Izuku's eyes, and blinking them back only makes them fall faster. I'm sorry, he rasped out. And I wish I could forgive you so easily, all for one says sadly, as if he has any right to, as if Izuku was even talking to him. But, Midoriya, I can't trust you anymore. You tried to convince me that you didn't know about Miss Shiredaka here. And then, you went and did this. Do you understand why you have lost my trust? Izuku wants to scream and curse and lash out, to spit in his stupid mutilated face that he can keep his lousy trust, but now Ragdoll's here and he can't afford to do anything but lie on the floor and try not to cry. The first escape attempt had barely been an attempt. Merely a trial run, if that. But this is a far more pathetic failure than Izuku could have pictured. And because I can't trust you, I now have to eliminate certain risks. All for one continues, stepping away from Izuku. I was going to wait. I had hoped she might prove useful as she was. But now, through his blurring, waterlogged vision, Izuku sees him walk over to Ragdoll. No, the word rips from his throat, jagged and painful, and he manages to drag himself off the floor to a what? Stop him before Ons look around his middle and Toda pulls him back against her chest. Ah, little Izu, you're not allowed to make us kill you yet, she whispers, her breath brushing his ear. She's stronger than she would appear, easily as strong as he is without his quirk. Compress steps closer with his hand out and Izuku flinches back. Stop, his voice cracks and breaks. Ragdoll stares up at All for One with mingled confusion and anger and just a trace of fear. All for One, please, you can't just, please don't. Don't do this. Clearly, I have no choice, All for One says sharply, barely turning his masked head. You have left me no choice. Unless you are the risk that you would have me eliminate instead. For a wild moment, Izuku is about to tell him yes, absolutely, no questions asked. But Ragdoll sends him such a glare that his mouth snaps shut before he even realizes he opened it. You won't touch him, she says coldly. If you're smart, you'll finish up with me and you'll let those children go. You know the hell you'll bring down on yourself if you harm them. She shows all her teeth in an angry grin. At least if you kill me, you'll only make 3 more enemies. It is such a shame to destroy you this way, All for One sighs, his distorted voice tinged with amusement. You're a clever one, to steal a sedative needle like that. I'll have to tell the good doctor to keep a closer eye on future patients. He holds out his hand. If it's any comfort to you, I promise not to take your life. Don't. The scream rips its way through the air from Izuku's throat. He's crying now, tears spilling freely down his face. Please, don't do this. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I swear, just leave her alone. Don't take it from her, don't. Kitten. Ragdoll's voice cuts through his pleading. She locks eyes with him from across the room, the cheerful smile back on her face. It's okay. It's okay. Ragdoll, I'm sorry. No, Ian. I wish you hadn't taken that risk, but I'm sorry I wasted the chance you tried to give me, and it's all right, kitten, you've been so brave. Black vines spring forth from All for One and plunge into Ragdoll's unprotected chest. Her shocked cry of pain brands itself into his memory. He tucks his chin in to look at the floor, but 4 hard, unforgiving fingers grabbed his head and force it upward again. Oh no, Shigaraki hisses in his ear. You going to watch? This is what happens when you cross Sensei, got it? Whatever All for One's quirk does, it's painful. Ragdoll twitches and thrashes and Dabi and Spinner's grip, grasping at herself, but she turns her face to Izuku's and smiles brightly. It's okay, she says, her voice tight with pain. It's okay. Just look at me, okay? Keep looking at me, don't look away. She grasps her side and her knee, and the smile doesn't leave her face until she finally goes limp. Dabi lets her drop. Spinner is at least gentler about lowering her to the floor. There's no pretense this time. Izuku cries, and it's real. He cries until his mouth is dry, until he can barely breathe and his voice is cracked and crumbled to nothing. The hands and arms gripping him are gone, and he can't even bring himself to care. All for One grasps him by the chin and tilts his face up, until Izuku is looking up at the mask through the haze of tears. It's all right, my boy, he says gently. Izuku jerks his face out of All for One's grip, and the villain simply takes hold of him again. I promise you, this is as far as I will go. I won't harm her further, I have no more use for her dead or alive, and when all this is done, I will leave her for the authorities to find, alive and well. I promise you that. Izuku tries to pull away again, and still All for One keeps reaching for him, touching his face in a twisted parody of comfort. But you understand why I had to do that, don't you? You must understand the consequences of your actions. I know it is a hard lesson, but it is one that you must learn. It's like in all the best stories, Spinner pipes up. Like when the hero's mom or sister or girlfriend dies to make him fight harder. You gotta get that motivation from somewhere, right? Izuku draws in a shaky breath and imagines wrapping his hands around Spinner's throat and squeezing. Do whatever you want to me, he whispers. I don't care anymore. But in the back of his mind, he does. He doesn't want to lose his quirk, either of them. He doesn't want to be beaten or strangled or made to watch someone else be hurt. He doesn't want to go back into Compress's prison. He doesn't want. No, All for One says gently, cupping his face with one hand. I want. It's all right, my dear boy. I won't punish you any further. I think you've had enough for one night. And it's that moment that Izuku understands what makes All for One so dangerous, so lethally clever. Because in that moment, when he hears All for One's quiet reassurances, he can't bring himself to feel fear or dread or even anger. All he can feel is relief and sickening gratitude that his captor is showing him mercy. That's dangerous, the gratitude. You got so close as well, All for One says. I almost didn't catch you in time. You might have escaped if you hadn't delayed. Finally he takes his hand away and a little bit of the crawling disgust recedes. She was right, you know. It was such a waste. Izuku looks up, blinking back tears. What? It was such a good chance and it went to waste. Because what did she say to you when you tried to rescue her? That you shouldn't have tried. That you were wrong to try. You shouldn't be here, Ragdoll had said. She didn't. She would have led them straight to us if she'd escaped when she had the chance, All for One tells him, his voice still placating and gentle. Even if we moved her quirk, I can sense it now. Her quirk would have let her follow us to the ends of the earth. That was your plan, wasn't it? And it was a good, logical plan. But she hesitated because he didn't follow the rules and behave like a meek prisoner. All for One's hand comes back to rest on his shoulder. And that is the problem that I am trying to fix. This world that holds savagery and cruel lies in high regard and cares more for rules and regulations than people. Do you understand? A shaky sob cuts off Izuku's reply. The hand on his shoulder squeezes gently. I said, do you understand? Izuku lowers his head and nods. All right. Let's get you back, then. Compress. Beneath All for One's hand, Izuku stiffens. Ah. All for One pauses. You would prefer not to go with Compress. Izuku keeps silent and All for One sighs lightly. I saw before. His quirk, it frightens you, doesn't it? Izuku grinds his teeth and keeps silent. I understand. We all have our fears. But that does not mean that we cannot get stronger. And if you accept me, Midoriya, I will help you get stronger. I will help you kill the fear that lies within you. He releases Izuku's shoulder and steps back. That's enough, now. Toga and Magna will take you back. Compress, move Miss Shirediko somewhere safe. Tamura, a word if you please. Izuku is hauled to his feet and dragged back into the hallway. He manages one last look at Ragdoll before Compress's quirk makes her vanish. The dead watch him solemnly. Their apologies and regret wash over him like water to oil. A sea of wide eyes and black when he catches a glimpse of Tsubasa and a few other black-eyed ghosts before they vanish into the crowd. Something tugs at his chest. Black eyes, Ray. He misses Ray. How long has it been since he last saw her? He remembers nothing of the journey back and only comes back into himself when he's strapped to the chair again and finds One for All kneeling at his feet. I failed you. Izuku purses his lips. Ray, he answers. Find Ray. One for All raises his head, frowning in confusion. She's a little girl, Izuku explains. Black hair and black eyes. You'll know her when you see her, but you won't want to get close because she'll make you feel afraid if you do. She's looking for her little brother, that's what she calls me. Find her and tell her where I am. I need her. One for all nods. We can do that. That's a lot to go on. We won't fail you this time, I promise. He stands up and brushes Izuku's shoulder with his hand. I'm getting you out of here alive and with your quirks intact if I have to die a second time to do it. When the ghost leaves, Izuku ducks his head and doesn't think about how Bakugo is watching him. It's disconcerting, to be sure, but he doesn't think about it. He can't think about it. Not when the look on Raktar's face is emblazoned across his memory like that. The smile on her face, bright and pained, as she twisted and clutched at herself as if in pain. Her side, just above her right hip. One shoulder. Her knee. Just look at me, okay? Keep looking at me, don't look away. Izuku blinks. It's not hope that breaks through the despair. Merely a realization. Her side. Her shoulder. Her knee. Look at me. Don't look away. Her quirk could sense physical weaknesses. Side. Shoulder. Knee. All for one. As it sinks in, he wants to cry again. Even as her quirk was ripped from her, she still used it to help him. To give him something. He's going to find a way to use it if it's the last thing he does. Chapter 38. The sun is rising on the third day of the kidnapping, and Shimo Nana is aware of two things. 1. Midoriya Izuku is still alive. 2. That's not making her any less terrified. To be fair, the terror has a fairly concrete cause beyond the fact that All for One's got his slimy mitts on Izuku. The thing is, she's been following Rei around for almost as long as Izuku and Bakugo have been gone, and her nerves are fraying at the edges. She could break off at any time and start her own search. But her instincts tell her that Rei is more likely to be the first to find Izuku than any other ghost on Earth, and because of that Nana can't stand to stray far. She's too afraid of losing track of Rei and missing her chance to find Izuku. After all, once Rei does find him, Nana can't be sure she'll leave his side again. And so, she follows the thing that used to be a little girl at a safe enough distance that the small cloud of terror doesn't drive her out of her mind. She needs her mind. Her body's been gone for decades, so it's practically all she has left. They don't meet many other ghosts. The others avoid Rei, and Nana can't blame them. From time to time she longs to slip away, even if it's just to check on Toshi and come right back, but with how fast and erratic Rei is right now, Nana can't be sure she'll be able to catch up again. At least Rei doesn't seem to mind. Over the past few days, she's pinballed between moods, from churning rage to swell in despair. The latter moments are when Nana can get close. Take now, for instance. They are taking a break. It's anyone's guess how long it will last before Rei gets restless and runs off again, but for now Nana sits and watches the sun rise and cradles the trembling child ghost in her lap. Rei curls up against her stomach and weeps. It feels like weeping, but Nana can't hear any sobs or see any tears besides the black ooze that leaks from her eyes. It's all right. She's lost count of how many times she said it. He'll be all right. He's tough. All for One's a bastard but he's never met our Izuku before. The dead child in her arms holds tight to her and quakes. We'll find him. We haven't looked everywhere yet. Without warning, Rei shoots up in her arms and looks around, black eyes wide. Her lips pull back from her teeth and her hair swirls as if it's alive. Nana's on her feet in an instant, still holding her close. What is it, Rei? She asks. Feel something. The girl's eyes narrow. She isn't turning angry or ferocious, so it's probably nothing bad, but if it's enough to get her attention then it's worth investigating. Nana looks around, wishing that her senses were half as sharp as Rei's. It's you. The voice sounds odd. Distorted, like a voice not used to being used. Nana turns around and her spine goes ramrod straight. Before she met Izuku, she rarely met ghosts that she recognized. Or at least, she rarely bothered to notice other ghosts enough to recognize them. But this face is unmistakable. This is a face that she will always know. It was the first face she saw on the day she died. Oh, she says. Oh. She remembers being just a little starstruck amid all the despair when she met the first holder of One for All. They only talked a little before she rushed to Tashi's side and never left it. He's here when the one thing he told her back then was that he never leaves his brother's side. And that means... Izuku, she signs. She hadn't been able to do that the first time they met. You know where he is. The spirit smiles, tense and worried and so very unhappy. Is that Rei? He asks. Rei surges forward on her own, hair swirling. Where is my little brother? Something very close to relief creeps over his face. Come with me. He needs you. Wait, Nana says and signs it as well. Can you tell me where he is right now? I'll meet you there, but I have to go back first. If I can find out what the living heroes are planning, then maybe I can bring him some good news. The spirit nods. He needs good news right now. Seeing those words fills her with dread. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about Tenka. I wish I could have done something, but I didn't know how. Wait. Nana waves her hand to stop him and stumbles through the sign she knows. What was that you said, Tenka? Who's Tenka? He blinks at her. His face goes blank with confusion before a trace of horror steals over it. You don't know. Nana tries to ignore the icy dread creeping over her. Don't know what? When he calls the boy in the next morning, the results are satisfyingly clear. Where once he heard shaky politeness interspersed with sparks of defiance, he now hears nothing but quiet, easy meekness. He dispenses with the hospital bed, the calculated show of weakness, so that the boy sees him up and active again. There is little need now to lower his guard or to play to a young would-be hero's compassionate instincts. The boy knows a fraction of what he is capable of now. The boy's head is tilted downward in such a way that it is clear his eyes are fixed to the floor. When he reaches out, the boy doesn't jerk away again, but allows him to lift his chin upward so that they're as mate. The boy trembles, but accepts his touch without protest. Behind the mask, he smiles. This is progress. When he gestures the boy toward a decent chair with no restraints, the surprise is palpable even to his imprecise vision. He can imagine weary eyes regarding the offered seat with disbelief as the boy sits, because of course he sits. He won't think of disobeying now, not with an injured shoulder, cracked ribs, a weak right hand. The other boy is better off, no broken bones, but the restraints make him stiff, his closest to Spinner, who's still injured and limping from the invasion. Focus. There's no need to restrain you, he says. You're no fool, Midoriya Izuku. I think, after last night, you've learned your lesson. Perhaps now we can move forward toward trust again. For a moment, the boy is silent. Then, why? The shaky little hitch in that voice, the raw vulnerability that he has been pursuing for the past 2 days, is music to his ears. Why what, my dear boy? Why would you trust me? He can see the position of the boy's body, the way he huddles on the chair like he's trying to make himself smaller. Why, you've always known who I am. And after yesterday, the voice breaks as it trails off. He can practically taste the fear. My dear boy, I understand why you did what you did, he says, letting just the right amount of regret leak into his own words. I wish you hadn't, but I understand. You acted because you did not trust me. Because you had no reason at all to trust me. And sir, I will forgive you and be honest with you, and I hope to prove myself to you that way. He pauses. It was a foolish thing you did, but the thing about foolish actions is that success is what makes them brave instead. He hears the boy shift in his seat, though it's too small a movement for him to say. The boy cuts himself off, as if he's afraid of overstepping. Good. He nods his permission, and the boy hesitantly presses forward with his question. Is she okay? She is unconscious for now, he replies. An unfortunate side effect of my quirk, but a harmless one. She'll awaken on her own. That much is the truth. She's worth more alive, either for bargaining or research, he hasn't decided. I will have one of my associates return her safely to the authorities as soon as we are secure. She is no danger to us, since she was not lucid long enough to learn our location. When she awakens, she will be among friends. Why really? The boy's voice wobbles and breaks. I don't. The boy stops short, muffling himself with his arm. It's all right, he says, gentle and coaxing. It's all right. You can finish. Her won't be angry. What's troubling you? I don't know, the boy says wretchedly. How do I know, that you aren't, that you won't? You seem so hesitant to trust, he says, shaking his head. Are you lied to often, Midoriya? I mean, it's not more uncomfortable fidgeting. It's just, sometimes. You safe here, Izuku, he says gently. Tell me what's wrong. It's not lying, it's just, sometimes, at school, my teachers, it's just to help us, but I never know. I never know if they are telling the truth, or just trying to motivate us, or the voice trails off again. He wants to laugh. It's all so perfect, it's as if these heroes and teachers gift-wrap their children for him. He sighs harshly and shakes his head. It's as I said, he says. Lies over people. Kind lies, helpful lies, they are all the same in the end, aren't they? No matter how good their intentions, eventually they wear away at trust. I want no part in it. Miss Shiredika will go free unharmed, and that is the truth. Harming her brings me no benefit, nor does lying to you about it. Which isn't quite true. He's gotten what he wanted from her, but she's been awfully useful in bending the boy to him. Better to keep her near. In the side room just off the main loading dock, still unconscious, watched over by a pneumo program to maim anyone or anything that approaches, the doctor is passing nearby to check on her, check her viability for experimentation just in case he changes his mind, limping on his bad leg, aching with the beginnings of osteoporosis. Focus. Thank you. The boy blurts it out, and his voice shakes again with oncoming tears. Thank you. For not hurting her. For not hurting me, the boy doesn't say, though he can hear the words hovering silently behind the rest. I don't want to hurt you, he says. I want to help you, if I can. The answering sniffle makes him smile fondly behind the mask. A little kindness goes a long way. Leave a man for dead, and he'll pick himself back up and fight another day. Lift a man from the dirt, salve his wounds and offer him gentle words, and he'll forget that you were the one who beat him down in the first place. The boy is quiet for a while, shifting and fidgeting. He can sense the boy building up his nerve to speak, and he waits patiently. Did you mean what you said? The boy asked softly. About me? Not having a good quirk. He hears the boy swallow. Do you think I could have become a hero without one? He smiles again behind the mask. I cannot say for certain, he says. It would have been entirely up to you to decide. But, yes. I do believe that. There is so much more to strength than having a powerful quirk. To be fair, he does believe that. His own power is formidable to the point of being overwhelming, but it only became power on par with demigods in his hands and his hands alone. He likes to think that, had certain places been exchanged, very little would have changed. His younger brother had always lacked vision. All might robbed you, he says ruefully. Imagine how foolish your doubters would have looked had you conquered your drains with only your wits and the strength in your own lens. He pauses. Your friend Bakugo, for example. He hears the stuttered breath, the short creak as the boy startles in his chair, and smiles again. A bit of a shot in the dark, but quite a good one. School records say that they were classmates when they were small, and a boy like Bakugo Katsuki is certainly the type. A thug and a bully, as he had said before. He would be very much surprised if the boy before him doesn't feel a drop of satisfaction deep down to see him restrained. In a chair, battered and watched over by Spinner and Magna and Compress and Shidaraki, and Dabi is returning to the room with Toda. They'll be making preparations soon, all his pieces coming together, converging on that room while the doctor runs his experiments and follows orders known only to the two of them. Focus, damn all. His eye turns briefly on the woman for what her quirk is doing to him. So much information all at once is making it more difficult to compartmentalize than it ought to be. If she weren't so useful alive, he'd kill her just for that. I don't need eyes to see that he has done unforgivable things to you, he says, pressing down on intrusive quirk-given knowledge until it's quiet in the back of his head. And I suspect has been praised for his brute strength. Hasn't he? The boy is silent, which tells him all he needs to know. My faithful student is determined to recruit him. He isn't wrong, unbridled rage of that caliber can be a powerful tool. But you are worth far more than a tool. You are not so easily controlled. And neither is Bakugo, the boy says in a burst of courage. Courage, but not defiance. He's not stupid. And he can learn, he can change for the better. No, he shakes his head. He cannot. Because he is, above all else, proud. To change, one must admit they are wrong. His pride will not allow that. But maybe he can be guided. By someone calmer. Cleverer. He lets it trail off there, lets the boy draw his own conclusions. Power over a former tormentor. It's the secret dream of every child who has ever tasted cruelty. All he is to do is dangle the prize tantalizingly close. I can't, he wouldn't listen to me, the boy mumbles. He doesn't, I'm nothing to him. And that is precisely why you can. He hears the boy's breath go short with excitement, sees the pulse of his heart. It's such a shame that he can't see the boy's face light up with eagerness and desperate hope. It was lovely to see in Shimura Tenko's eyes, and is sure that it is just as gratifying in Midoriya Izuku's. He dearly misses his sight. It is a shame, too, that he will not be able to see Yagi Toshinori's face when he comes to his student's rescue and finds the boy answering meekly at his living enemy's beck and call. Perhaps, with a little cajoling, the boy can be compelled to describe it to him. Unlike Yagi, All for One has an excellent imagination. The game ends this round of it, at least, and he moves on to other matters. There are a great deal of pieces that need moving by tonight. Izuku is getting sick of protein bars and gel pouches. But that's the easiest way to feed restrained prisoners, so that's what they get. At this point, after last night's events, he's mainly just glad that he can keep food down at all. Bakugo has been quiet lately, and Izuku has yet to figure out whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. The villains cycle in and out so that there are at least 3 of them standing guard at a time. Compress is there most of the time, standing by the door. He doesn't come near Izuku, but is still positioned in a place that makes escape impossible. One for All hasn't come back since the previous night, which is a shame because Izuku would have loved to ask him how he thought this morning's conversation with All for One went. Watch it, here comes the crazy one, a ghost warns. It's not very specific, since every villain here is some flavor of crazy, but Izuku can agree that if any of them are the crazy one, it's probably Toga Himiko. The thought has barely crossed his mind when Toga comes up and sticks a needle in his arm. Izuku yelps and tries to pull away on instinct, but Toga holds his shoulders still with surprising strength. Don't move. This'll be quick. Her fangs flash in a grin. Don't worry, little Izzo, I'm not injecting anything. I'm doing the opposite. Just need a little blood, that's all. Izuku only struggles harder, trying to jerk away or pull his arm off the needle. He has no idea what anyone would want with his blood, but he doubts that it's anything pleasant. Toga slaps him across the face. He kicks out at her, and in the process of dodging, she yanks the needle out. Cold fury flashes in her eyes, blazing at him for a split second before her lips pucker into a pout. Compress, she calls. Compress, can you please put him in a marble again? He always goes all soft and droopy when you do it, and he makes those cute little noises too. Izuku goes still. She blinks at him, and her face lights up with delight. Never mind, she chirps and sticks the needle back into his arm. Izuku flinches, but doesn't try to kick her again. Don't be greedy, she scoffs. You've got plenty of blood and you'll just make more anyway. She pulls the needle and presses a plaster over the holes in his arm. See? Wasn't so bad, was it? Izuku presses his lips together to keep from saying something he'll regret. Toga notices and grabs his face hard enough that her nails dig into his cheeks. Her free hand moves to his thigh and she slides between his knees to sit on his lap. Forcing his head back to look at her, she purses her own lips like she's imitating the look on his face. Why so grumpy, she asks in the same tone someone would use to talk to a toddler. Smile. You even got what you wanted last night. See, I wanted to take her blood. Her eyes glint, bright with madness. I wanted to take all her blood. But Tamura's sensei said I couldn't. Know what that means, little Izzo? She gives his face a squeeze. That means he likes you even more than me. Most people wouldn't have stopped me from taking what I want. She leans closer, sliding up his lap until her hip is pressed up against his stomach. He let me take a little bit of it, though. Maybe I can go play with her friends for a little while. Doesn't one of them have a little boy? Muscular was talking about him. She leans in as if sharing a secret, her lips brushing at his ear. Is he fun to play with? You'd know, right? Izuku sits silently and focuses on breathing and wrestling his temper down into the dark. He is so tired of being touched. Something warm and wet trickles from his nose. She'd hit him hard enough to make it bleed again. He feels her tense up, sees her eyes widen at the sight of blood. Her thumb caresses his cheek. You're really cute when you do that. She swipes her thumb over his lips and raises her hand to lick the blood off. I gotta go now. I'll see you around. She leaves with a vial of his blood. Izuku presses his knees together and tries not to throw up. She's a shapeshifter, one of her pale, bloody young ghosts whispers. His name's Arai, Izuku knows. When she drinks that, she'll be able to become you. Izuku's knuckles turn white from gripping the chair arms. That's what she did with me, Arai goes on, once he can see that Izuku's listening. She slipped into my family. I tried to warn them, but I didn't know how. She didn't stop pretending until she attacked my girlfriend and stabbed my sisters while they slept. I think they're alive. I haven't seen them. I'm too scared to go back and look. Izuku's heart is in his throat. He thinks of his mother. She'll be hard to fall, he hopes, since Toga can't know about the ghosts. He thinks of All Might and Aizawa-sensei, who don't know, Todoroki and Uraraka and Ida and all his friends. How good an actor is Toga Himiko? How eager to see him safe are they? How many warning signs can she make them overlook? Before he can work himself up into a proper panic, the lights flicker again. To everyone else in the room, it probably doesn't look like much. But to Izuku's eyes, it heralds an arrival. Small, thin arms wrap around his neck, and a tiny body crashes into him hard enough to rock him back a little in his seat. Dark hair billows around him, obscuring his vision. He knows this. He knows what Rei's hugs feel like. Izuku's eyes water. Help's on the way, short stack, a familiar voice calls out from beyond her. Nana's standing nearby, with one for all close behind. The heroes are mobilizing. They are springing you kids tonight. She grins, though it looks strained. I'll be going back and forth, checking in from time to time to bring you updates, but for now I can tell you the gist of it. Rei pulls back. She's trembling a little and she's looking fuzzy around the edges like she always does when she's especially scared. And she does look scared, from her flickering form to the look on her face. This is a bad place, she says. It's a bad, bad place. You shouldn't be here. No. And it won't be for long, he answers. I can get through this. I just need all the help I can get. One for all smiles. And you shall have it. There's been a development. Toshinori jerks his head up to face Tsukochi. He hasn't shown his face much today. He learned his lesson after the disaster at the USJ and is determined to hold his scant hour of combat until tonight. Tsukochi is his main line of information in the meantime. What kind of development, he asks. Tsukochi sighs. They've moved. For the past few days, their location hasn't moved from this warehouse in Kamino Ward. Then, early this morning, it did. Where to? Still in Yokohama, but further to the west. Seedy neighborhood. The exact location, as best as we can pinpoint it, is the side of an old bar that's been out of business for years, at least officially. Nowadays it's the side of the occasional drug or arms deal, but the heroes in that area have bigger fish to fry, and the city hasn't scraped together the funds to demolish it. Toshinori shudders to think that his students might have ended up in a place like that. Are we certain? The warehouse seems like the more likely headquarters. Is it possible that they found the tracker and sent it off to divert us? Absolutely, which is why there's been a change of plans. The operation's been split up. One squad hits the bar, the other hits the warehouse. If we get any confirmation on where the kids are, we'll still be hitting both locations, but the bulk of our forces will go to their rescue, yourself included. Toshinori nods tersely. His friend knows him well. It's not that he doesn't trust other heroes to the job, but the sooner he sees his students alive and well, the better. And if they aren't, so much the better that he'd be there. Tsukochi's phone chimes and he checks it. His eyes widen and Toshinori leans forward for what he knows will be news. We just got confirmation, Tsukochi tells him. Security camera was destroyed, but it managed to catch this right before. He turns his phone screen so that Toshinori can say. It's a grainy photograph of an alley behind a dingy-looking bar. About 7 figures can be seen, 2 of them hooded and bound as they are dragged by the others. It takes 3 to restrain one of them. The picture shows them frozen in the midst of kicking savagely at their captors, thrashing so violently that the hood slips back and reveals messy dark green hair and a round, freckled jaw. Toshinori's mouth goes dry. It can't be anyone else. Guess you'll be taking the bar, then, Tsukochi mutters. Try not to do something silly, like jump the gun and head over now. Everything hinges on our diversion. It's a good thing Toshinori knows this already, because at this point he's past listening. Slight change in plans, Momo says without preamble. I'm not sure how much this will change, but we are headed for a different location in Yokohama. She holds up the tracking receiver in her hand. Ochiko squints at it, but she can't make heads or tails of the readout on the screen. According to this, they are now miles away from where they were originally, just outside of Kamino. Where? Ida asks, sounding like he dreads the answer. I looked up the neighborhood. Momo's nose wrinkles with distaste. It's not a nice neighborhood, that's for sure. Mostly polycapped apartments, dingy strip malls, and rundown bars. This be trickier, then, Ochiko says. At least the warehouse was big, so we could count on having a good vantage point while staying out of the way. Wait, are we sure about this? Kirishima asks. I mean, the tracker's on the Numu, not on Midoriya or Bakugo. Todoroki backs him up. And the League has resources, we know that much. They could have multiple bases at their disposal, just because one of their number moved doesn't mean the rest of them did. It's still worth a look, at least, Yaoirozu points out. If we want to be extra thorough, then we'll have to visit both. From there, they continue to adjust the plan. It's not all that surprising to Ochiko that so much of the planning happens between Momo and Todoroki. Momo's as good as Deku is when it comes to strategy, and after she and Todoroki teamed up for the final exams, they are pretty comfortable with putting their heads together like that. The rest participate as well to make suggestions and veto dangerous ideas, but the lion's share of brainstorming happens between the first two. On the one hand, Ochiko trusts them both wholeheartedly. On the other, it doesn't leave the rest of them with a whole lot to do except think. Not about the task ahead of them, the one they are carrying out tonight, but about things that she doubts the others have considered. Has anyone visited their parents? Ida asks it while they are gathered in Todoroki's living room. Todoroki has a trash can pulled up, filled with ashes. They've been sketching out plans on paper, with Todoroki burning the ones that don't make the cut. I'm sure the teachers have been in contact with them, Ochiko replies, a little uncertainly. Aizawa-sensei visited Bakugo's parents and Midoriya's mother, Momo assures him. I would like to visit her, Ida says. There's no uncertainty about it, he says it firmly, as if he's been mulling it over for a while. Midoriya's mother, I mean. To be honest, I've been wanting to since we got back, but things have been turbulent. And since last night, it's only felt more urgent. I can't explain why, I just feel like I must. Can't or won't? Momo asks and somehow manages to not sound accusing. Ida sighs harshly. Midoriya helped me. I can't go into detail, but I owe him a very great deal, and while I still don't approve of this, I would be lying if I said I didn't regret being unable to help him that night. I can't imagine what his mother must be going through, but I feel as if I owe it to Midoriya to at least check on her. Instinctively, Ochiko looks to Todoroki. He's watching Ida coolly. Is that necessary when we'll be doing more to help him tonight? Just in case, Ida says, and no more than that. Well, I think it'd be good to see if she's doing okay, Ochiko says. Especially if... I mean, I've never heard Deku mention his dad. So she's alone right now, isn't she? Quiet falls over the group. How about if you two go? Kirishima says at length. I mean, you two and Todoroki are the closest to him, and Todoroki's still pretty deep in planning, so... Ochiko exchanges a glance with Ida. I'm okay with it. I feel like I'm not doing much here anyway. She turns back to the others. We can be back here within the next couple hours. That should give us time to get ready. We won't be leaving until tonight, Todoroki says. If something comes up, we'll let you know. Todoroki lives in the same city as Deku, so the train ride is not a long one. But it's still quiet, and they are lucky enough to avoid attention. Uraraka, Ida says softly, once they are sure no one is close enough to overhear. The nearest person is a college student with headphones on, music turned up so high that Ochika can hear the lyrics. Why are you doing this? I wasn't doing anything useful back there, she answers. And Deku's my best friend, so it doesn't feel right not to make sure his mom's okay if she's going through this alone. At least Bakude's parents have each other, but... No, I mean, why are you doing any of this? Ida sounds wearily resigned. Kirishima, I understand. Todoroki wanted to think better of, but I suppose I'm not surprised in his case either. I can even understand how they talked Yaoyorozu into it. She can feel him looking at her, but she doesn't look back. But you've always been so sensible. Why do you want so badly to do this? Ochika can feel her insides twisting up and tangling within her, like 100 different awful feelings thrown into a blender. For a moment she considers not answering, but it passes quickly. I mean, first off it's because he's my friend. He's one of the best friends I've ever had and I wish I'd done more to help him back in the forest. And second, she worries at her lip with her teeth. How about you, Ida? I know this has to do with what happened in Hoso. Beside her, Ida goes still. I mean, I've always known there was something, she goes on. It wasn't hard to figure out. I knew there had to be some reason Deku and Todoroki were suddenly all buddy-buddy when we all got back, and when I asked Deku, he said he wasn't allowed to talk about it. Then we all heard that something happened with Stain, and the three of you were being so secretive about it, and with you and Todoroki fighting last night, it's all sort of piling up. She balls her hands into fists in her lap. It's so stupid, but I felt sort of left out. Like you had this big thing, this big secret, just between the three of you, and I couldn't share it, not even just by hearing about it, even though we were already friends. And where the heck did Todoroki come from, you know? She shakes her head vigorously, trying to clear those ugly feelings away. You took care of it, you didn't need help getting through it, so I decided I'd just have to be there for the next one. She kicks her feet. And then I couldn't help enough. It's a stupid reason, a selfish reason, just like her reason for always teaming up with Deku, or her reason for becoming a hero at all. She waits for Ida to scold her for it. I'm sorry, Uraraka, he says instead. I didn't realize you felt that way. It's not your fault, she tells him. It's not your fault I feel that way, and it's not your fault I didn't say anything. The train arrives. They walk the rest of the way nearly in silence. When Midoriya Izuku opens the door, she takes one look at them before her eyes soften. It makes Ochiko feel just a little less awkward about showing up, though Ida's still a little stiff as he introduces them both. Mrs. Midoriya's smile is not a happy one, but she offers it up anyway. Why don't you two come in, she says, and opens the door wider for them. I just made tea. Ochiko exchanges a glance with Ida, and they reach an agreement with eye contact alone. Ochiko isn't sure what she expected of Deku's home, or if she even expected anything at all. All in all, it's pretty normal looking. Glancing around, she catches glimpses of photographs of her friend from past years, all big eyes and fluffy hair and skinny limbs. There's soft music playing in the background, just enough to fill the silence, and the air smells strangely sweet. There's something familiar about it, but Ochiko can't identify it off the top of her head. Ida, of course, meekly follows their host and offers to help with the tea, and Ochiko finds herself fascinated with details. The living room is tidy, and the kitchen is no different. Everything is neat and spotless, even the counters and appliances look recently wiped down. She sees the exhaustion on Mrs. Midoriya's face, and her heart sinks deep, deep down. There are other things to look at, the fridge, for example. The fridge is covered in artwork, and Ochiko finds herself smiling in spite of everything. They are all clumsy child's drawings, but she can still make them out. All Might. Deku holding hands with a little girl, probably a childhood friend. Deku and his mom, plus the girl. A woman floating several feet off the ground. What looks like All Might standing next to a smaller version of himself. Oh no, wait, that's Deku again. Ochako wonders what tiny Deku would think if he knew what his life would be like. She looks to the next drawing and goes still. She doesn't know who the man in this drawing is supposed to be, at least she thinks it's a man. It's hard to tell when it looks as if tiny Deku attacked his artwork with a red crayon before he finished. Uraraka. Ida's voice brings her back to the present and she mutters an apology and follows him out. Mrs. Midoriya offers them chairs and tea and seats herself before them on the sofa. The wall behind them has a mirror leaned up against it, tilted and dusty looking. It's the only object remotely out of place in an otherwise tidy room. Mika comes in to say hello and makes herself comfortable in Ida's lap. Are you two doing all right? Mrs. Midoriya asks. As well as can be expected, Ida answers. To be honest, we sort of came to ask you that, Uraraka says. I mean, after, we thought it'd be good if someone checked on you. Mrs. Midoriya smiles at her. You're very kind. She pauses, hands wrapped around her cup. For a moment her eyes seem to change focus, as if she's looking past them. Something flickers in her expression, and she looks down at her tea. I can see why Izuku speaks so well of you. Normally Ochako would flash with pleasure at praise. But now the thought of Deku only makes her remember their plans for tonight. They make small talk. Mrs. Midoriya is easy to talk to. She sticks to easy topics, shallow conversation that doesn't dig too deep into the raw hurts left over from the attack. Her mood is tired, but still kindly, and slowly Ochako relaxes. I have hope, Mrs. Midoriya tells them. It's not so much faith in any specific hero, just plain hope. It's worth having, Ida replies. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but the heroes have a good lead. And with the symbol of peace, the chances of success are quite high. I know, Mrs. Midoriya says, sighing a little. Ochako struggles to think of something to fill the silence. Mrs. Midoriya is so worried and frightened, and there must be something she can say. Heroes are supposed to protect people's hearts, not just their lives, and what kind of hero would Ochako be if she couldn't comfort her own friend's mother? I know their chances are good, Mrs. Midoriya says, still looking down into her tea. You both know it, too. So is it really necessary for you to go after them? The warm, comforting atmosphere turns grey and cold. Ida splutters a little. I'm sorry. Mrs. Midoriya sighs. She puts down her teacup. I'm not surprised, she says. Izuku's just the same, after all. And I'm happy he's found people willing to put themselves at risk for his sake. But I know my son. I know that if anything happens to you, he'll only blame himself. She looks Ochako in the eye, and the disappointment and worry on her face has Ochako shrinking back, reminded sharply of her own parents. Mrs. Midoriya, I assure you. Ida recovers himself quicker than Ochako does. We are not taking any risks. Any unnecessary risks. We aren't going to. He's trying to lie, Ochako realizes distantly. He's trying to lie to her and is failing. How? Ochako's voice catches. Why do you think we are going to do something? For a moment Mrs. Midoriya's eyes slide past her again. Ochako is about to follow her gaze when Mrs. Midoriya puts her cup down with a little more force than necessary, distracting her. I don't think, she says. No. It's not too much of a stretch. He talks about you, you know. He loves you both dearly, and I wish I didn't, but I know that wherever he is now, one of the few comforts he has is that neither of you are there with him. She says the last part in a rush, ignoring even when her voice breaks. It takes only a moment for her to compose herself again. He'll come home safe. I believe that. I have to believe that. And the only thing keeping me from picking up a phone and letting your teacher handle this is that it would only distract them when they should be focusing on rescuing my son and Katsuki. So I'm asking you now, please, for his sake, don't put yourselves in danger. Her hands tighten into fists. He's going to come home. Don't risk not being there when he does. Ochako's head is bowed, eyes burning with unshed tears and shame. She opens her mouth to apologize, to reassure, she barely even knows, and the soft music in the background stops. It doesn't just fall silent or wind down. It cuts off in a burst of static, painfully loud in the quiet apartment, before the sound goes dead. Ochiko jumps and puts her tea down to keep from spilling. "I'm sorry," Mrs. Midoriya says. Something must be wrong with. The door to the kitchen bangs against the wall as if someone just threw it open. Ochiko jumps again, glancing back to see, but there's no one there. In Ida's lap, Mika raises her head to stare at the opposite wall. Just a draft," Mrs. Midoriya tells her, but her voice is tense with worry. "It happens sometimes in this building, anyway, that's all I wanted to say, sir." She's cut off yet again by a rattling in the window, as if the building is caught in an earthquake. Ochiko looks around, confused by the noises, confused by the way the room feels colder, and her eyes fall upon the mirror against the wall. She stares. There are words traced in the thick coating of dust on the silvered glass. They hadn't been there when she first looked. "They are going after your son tonight." The door slams against the wall again, and a picture frame wobbles and drops to the floor. Ida is on his feet, looking from the door to the window, though he hasn't seen the mirror like she has. "Mrs. Midoriya, are you sure everything's all right?" He looks tense and suspicious, and Ochiko is a little more preoccupied with the writing on the mirror, but this is plenty alarming, too. It's fine, don't worry." Mrs. Midoriya stands as well, and she looks alarmed too, but there's a sort of frantic guilt to it, like she expected this, or at the very least she isn't surprised. Ida must notice it too, because he shakes his head. Drafts don't do this, especially not with all the doors and windows closed. If there's something, he stops talking then, cut off with a strangled gasp. Ochiko turns to him, alarmed, and it hits her a split second later. Fear. Icy sharp and all-consuming fear. It's like there's a button buried deep in her brain and someone slammed their fist on it with all their might, pumping pure terror through her veins until she can't move, can't fight it, can't anything, and some part of her knows this must be the work of a quirk, it has to be, and it must mean Mrs. Midoriya's under attack or being threatened. "Ray." Mrs. Midoriya's voice shakes. She practically chokes it out. "Ray." Ochiko feels cold. Before her, Deku's mother draws herself up to her tallest height, which isn't much, and cries out over the sound of the window rattling and the banging door. "I know that's you, Ray." Her voice rings out, harsh and scolding. "Stop that, young lady, you stop that right this instant." The icy hold on Ochiko's chest loosens. "You should be ashamed of yourself." Mrs. Midoriya's voice isn't shaking now, even though the rest of her is. "What would Izuku say if he saw you behaving like this?" "Leave them alone." All at once, the fear leaves her. Dimly Ochiko can hear Ida breathing harshly, Mika hissing at his feet. Her heart pounds wildly, hard enough to feel it in her ears. And then Mrs. Midoriya is there, coaxing them to sit down again, running for more tea and pushing a freshly refilled cup into Ochiko's hands, helping her hold it so the hot liquid won't slap over the sides. "Drink, drink," she urges, letting go only when Ochiko's hands are trembling in awe. She fusses over Ida as well. "Slow sips, now." "I'm sorry." "I'm so sorry." "You didn't," I'm sure she didn't mean it. "It's all right, I promise it's all right, she's just scared, she's just." "What was that?" Ida rasps. "Mrs. Midoriya." With a mental heave, Ochiko shakes off the leftover fear. Mrs. Midoriya stands over them, wide-eyed and worried, and Ochiko can only stare back in helpless confusion. She sips at her tea, and it only helps a little. What just happened? Who's Ray? What? What? Oh no. Their host's voice is soft with dread. "Oh no, I wish you hadn't done that." "Done what?" It comes out more plaintive than Ochiko would like. "What did we do?" "I don't understand." Mrs. Midoriya looks back at her, then at Ida. Her eyes are wide with alarm. The room still feels awful. Finally, she answers. "Not you." She lowers her hands to her sides, looks at them and then past them, at the mirror, Ochiko realizes, and back again. I wasn't talking to you." Ochiko looks over her shoulder, following her gaze to the mirror. "She's calmed down," is written beneath the first message. "Send them home before something else happens." "Who's doing that?" Ochiko blurts out. Who's writing that?" Ida's looking too, now. For a few seconds, Mrs. Midoriya stands motionless before them and doesn't answer. Then, "Ray," she says. "Did you find him?" The door bangs and they all flinch. Mrs. Midoriya sighs. "I can't stop them," she says. "You know that, whoever you are. It's a little late for that." Ida opens his mouth, but she holds up her hand and moves past them. A plastic bottle floats from the side table and into her hand, talcum powder, Ochako realizes. That was what she smelled, walking in. It was talcum powder. With a few squeezes, Mrs. Midoriya redusts the surface of the mirror until the messages are obscured again. "Come over here, please," she says. Ochako hesitates. She exchanges a look with Ida and feels a little better that he's just as out of his depth as she is. When they finally get up to approach, Mrs. Midoriya turns to them. She looks not angry. Upset. Tense. But not angry with them. "I should stop you," she says. She isn't shouting or scolding, but her soft voice still twists Ochako up with guilt. "I want to stop you. But stopping you means telling the heroes, and I can't risk that, not when they are going to rescue them tonight. They can't afford the distraction. That is the only reason, do you understand?" How do you know that?" Ochako asks. "The heroes wouldn't have told her, would they? They are keeping things secret. Yaoi Rosa only heard because she helped. And if I can't stop you, then the best I can do is make sure you don't go in blind." Her fingers grit the edge of the mirror. "Oh, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this." "Do what?" Ida asks. "Betray my son like this." She seems to steel herself. "Ray, what did you find?" "Who's?" Ida starts, but the mirror rattles and a finger starts writing again. "Camino. They took him. He's in Camino. Don't follow the fake. He's in Camino." Ochako nearly stops breathing. The words continue forming, only now they aren't just traced in powder but scratched into the finish. "They took him. They heard him. Bring him back. Give him back. He's mine, not theirs. Mine. Bring him back. He's still alive." Mrs. Midoriya's voice trembles again. "You saw him. Little brother is alive. Is strong. Is clever. He says don't worry, he's not alone." They are running out of room, so she dusts the mirror again. "And he's in Camino." Ochako blurts out, though she has no idea who or what she's talking to. "In the warehouse." "I don't like it. Get him out." "He's not alone." Ida says hesitantly. "What does that mean?" "The villains, or murderers, give him lots of friends. They help him. We all help him." Underneath the words, a smiley face is slowly scratched into the glass. "Tell him I'm waiting," Mrs. Midoriya whispers. "Tell him I know he'll come home no matter what." "He will." "Little brother says I love you and I miss you and I'm sorry." Something knocks on the mirror. Mrs. Midoriya dusts it again. More words appear, neater and less haphazard than before. "Don't worry about the little Bane. He's a smart kid and he's got help." More words come, multiple hands writing all at once. "He'll come home alive. He's a good boy. You kids watch yourselves. He'll be mad at you if you die, and you don't want that. I'll help him. They won't hurt him anymore, I promise. Be careful. Both of you please be careful. Take care of the others." She powders the mirror one last time, and half a dozen hearts take form on the glass. Ida is staring not at the mirror, but at her. Ochako follows suit, gaping openly at Deku's mother as she watches invisible people draw hearts in the powder. Is this your quirk?" Ida asked softly. "Talking to." Mrs. Midoriya looks to him in surprise. Then her watery eyes soften a little, with something like relief. "Yes," she says. "It is." "No, it isn't," Ochako blurts out. The others look at her. "The drawings," she says. "On the fridge. Deku made those, didn't he?" He drew." Mrs. Midoriya doesn't answer with a yes or a no. "Ask him when you get the chance and maybe he'll tell you," she says. "Not if, but when. Make sure you're all alive to have that chance," she doesn't say. But she doesn't need to. They walk out of the apartment as if stepping back into the real world from a dream or a nightmare. Uraraka, Ida says faintly. What just happened? I think we just talked to some ghosts, Uraraka answers. Ghosts aren't real, Ida tells her. She isn't sure either of them believe that anymore. We have to go to Kamino, she says. The first location. I mean, whatever it was that just happened, that's important. It's the biggest hint we have. Whoever was talking, they knew about the fake-out. What are we supposed to tell the others? Ida asks her, a little helplessly. That invisible ghost told us. We can tell them to check Kamino first, she says. And then, when we get there, we make sure we don't leave. Ida sighs harshly. None of this makes sense. Nothing's made sense since they took Deku and Bakugo, she says sadly. But the words of his at Kamino do, you know. I think it's the closest we're gonna get to a sure thing. This is a terrible idea, Ida tells her. Of course it is, she says. But if there's one thing Deku's taught me, it's that just cause an idea's terrible doesn't mean it won't work. By late evening, all 5 of them are on the move. It's 9:45 on the evening of the 3rd day, and Shouder is angry. He has been angry since the moment the League of Villains showed their faces in that forest, with himself, with the lead itself, with every single bump and hurdle that has gotten between him and ensuring the safety of his students. His blood boils with concentrated rage, like caustic acid running through his veins. He's half convinced that if someone cut him, he would bleed poison. That anger is, ironically, the only reason why he's here, standing in front of the hated press, paying lip service to newshounds who will never understand what he feels. Harsh criticism and loaded questions lash at them from the reporters, and Shouder tucks his tongue behind his teeth and lets Netsu do the smooth talking. The principal was a natural pick for this job, smoothing ruffled feathers, planting half-truths into his answers to make it sound as if the investigation is floundering. The villains will be monitoring the media if they are smart, and this should keep them from realizing that the heroes are onto them and that they make their move tonight. It should be a small price to pay for this diversion, judgmental eyes and flashing cameras and his own boiling temper. They aren't angry with the school, not really. They just want a good story. At the end of the day, the media, like most heroes, depend on a devoted audience. And it just so happens that angry viewers make for attentive viewers. You speak of the students' safety, one of the reporters calls out. But, Mr. Eraserhead, you were alleged to have urged your students to fight these villains, correct? Can you explain your intentions? How is encouraging further violence conducive to their safety? This is what he was dreading, having to actually talk. Bowing and apologizing is simple and easily scripted. This takes effort and self-control. The full situation was unclear at the time, he answers. I urged my students not to seek out danger, but I authorized them to fight if necessary. I made a judgment call to avoid the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome, the reporter echoes skeptically. 26 students injured and 2 captured. If that isn't the worst possible outcome, then what is? That would be 40 students murdered because the law forbade them from defending themselves, Shouder replies. Beside him, Sekijuru kicks him lightly under the table in warning. We have determined that most of the injuries were due to the gas attack caused by one of the villain's quirks, Netsu speaks up. It is thanks to the efforts of 2 students, Ms. Kendo and Mr. Tetsu, that the villain was subdued and later captured, and that no further injuries were sustained. Of course, the safety of the students themselves is not the only concern, the reporter presses. But also the fact that they may lack the training and restraint expected of licensed heroes. We've received reports that one of the assailants in custody was, well, brutalized, to say the least. To the point of being permanently maimed and blinded. You say they were only to fight as much as necessary to escape, presumably, and yet one of your students brutalized an attacker, potentially breaking several laws against excessive force. Shouder fights to keep his voice calm when all he wants to do is scream obscenities into the microphone. The villain in question was also the man responsible for killing the water horse Jua 2 years ago, he says. The young son is currently in the care of the hero Mandalay and was present during the attack. According to his testimony, the villain known as Muscular targeted him and the student intervened to prevent the murder of the child. He pauses. Is there a question? More of a concern, the reporter says, looking pointedly at Shouder. The student responsible is alleged to be Midoriya Izuku, one of the missing students. And the other is Bakugo Katsuki, who displayed wild, violent behavior throughout the sports festival, up to and including the award ceremony. Both of these students have displayed violent behavior, and Bakugo Katsuki especially exhibits signs of mental instability. What if these abductions were intended to exploit this? What if these villains see these students as a recruitment opportunity? The reporter's eyes narrow. On what basis do they have a future at UA, especially after one of their classmates was expelled recently for comparatively minor transgressions? Shouder very nearly stops breathing. A short film plays behind his eyes of the reporter caught in his capture weapon and slowly lowered into a tank of ravenous leeches. He dispels it with a blink and tries not to bloody his palms with his fingernails. 35, he says tersely. The reporter looks confused. 35 separate complaints of misconduct made by the female students in the heroics department about the expelled student that you're referring to. There are only 13 female students in the heroics department. He displayed defiance when confronted about this behavior by faculty and fellow students alike, including when that behavior resulted in the injury of civilians. That incident was what led to his expulsion. Both Midoriya and Bakugo, comparatively, have displayed either a willingness or an outright zeal to learn and improve themselves. They are at this school because more than anything else, they want to become heroes. And they have a non-zero chance of doing so. He pauses, brows knitted together as he wrestles to keep his temper under control. There's a certain attitude that I've noticed recently. It came to a particular prominence after the hero killer stain was brought down, and it's the most poisonous mindset that I have ever come across. Simply put, it's this mistaken idea that people are incapable of learning, of changing. He pauses. Sekijiru's finally stopped kicking him under the table. The path of a hero is a difficult one, Shouder continues. It's physically and mentally demanding, and it invites attention from the public, both positive and negative. And in giving that attention, many forget that the students aiming for that goal are children. The hero killer tried to murder a 15-year-old boy out of the belief that he was in some way irreparably broken. A teenager. Anyone who has worked with teenagers is aware that they do nothing but change. Kids that age are constantly in flux, people are constantly in flux. And yet so many come to the conclusion that these kids are set in stone, and what they are today is what they always will be. The students in my class, including Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku, are not heroes today. They cannot be heroes today. That's why they are students. They have a desire to learn, and we, as their teachers, have the ability of guide them because they have that desire. He takes a deep breath. He's spoken more words to the media in the past 5 minutes than he has in his entire career prior. And because of that desire, I can say with every confidence that, if the League of Villains thinks either of them can be exploited, then they are sorely mistaken. As for whether or not Midoriya's actions against the villain Muscular were justified, Shouder fixes the reporter with a glare and pours every drop of contempt into it that he can. The villain is still alive. He was never in any danger of dying. He was about to beat a 9-year-old boy to death for fun. You tell me. Things are starting to kick off. It's getting late, well on to 10 o'clock, when the villains gather in the room one last time. They are setting their plan into motion, One for All tells him. My brother will stay here. Most of the rest will be moving on to the other location as part of the decoy. A heavy hand falls onto his shoulder. Izuku twitches, but the one touching him is twice. Izuku glances over his shoulder, mystified, just as the villain steps back. A figure takes form between them, gradually gaining mass and opacity until Izuku is staring at a copy of himself. The copy stares back, equally bewildered. Izuku says intelligently, before Compress captures the doppelganger in a marble. Izuku flinches back. Need that, real quick, Twice tells him. We just need one, though. To make doubly sure, doubly sure. Hey. I made a jerk. He turns to glare at Bakugo. Can't make one of him. He'd only bite me if I try. Bakugo wordlessly snarls at him. See? See? Twice, Dabi calls over. Come on. It's time, Shigaraki says and turns to grin at the prisoners. We'll be back, soon. Just have to take care of a few things. Don't worry, though. You'll still have company. And if anything happens, she'll press the panic button and Kurogiro just warps some of us right back. Got it, Toda? Good it. Toda leans in from behind Izuku, slipping her arms over his shoulders to lock around his neck. Izuku can't tell whether it's supposed to be a hug or a chokehold. He can feel her nuzzling into his hair and tries not to squirm. Have fun, Tamura. Try and bring me back some blood, okay? Just hold the fort. Shigaraki glares at her, eyes sliding toward Izuku, and steps closer to Kurogiri. Kurogiri opens a warp gate, and most of the villains vanish. Izuku takes a deep breath and tries to take stock of things as best he can. They're gone. It's the woman who tried to help him free Ragdoll. She introduced herself as Dr. Hamada. Except, considering that Kurogiri and All for One both have warping abilities, that doesn't mean much, so watch yourself. He's starting to trust you, One for All tells him. Or at least he trusts his ability to manipulate you. It's one reason why you're restrained so little. Izuku glances down. It's true, his hands are cuffed to the arms of the chair, and there's a restraining strap around his middle, but that's about it. They freed him of his leg restraints. If he wanted to get out, it wouldn't be hard. Of course, then there's the panic button that Toda's currently tossing from one hand to the other. And All for One has Ragdoll's quirk, so even if they could escape without tripping any alarms, he could find them in an instant. Further thoughts are cut off when Toda seats herself on his lap with a cheerful little hum. She's playing with a knife. Sorry about the restraints, she chirps, poking him lightly on the nose with her fingertip. Just a formality, that's what Tamura says. She smiles, looking sidelong at him, and her voice drops lower. I can't wait to see you out of them. Revulsion twists his stomach into a churning cauldron of sick, and he swallows the taste of bile. Helplessly, he looks to Dr. Hamada and Ryan One for All, and finds the latter waving for his attention. When Izuku meets his eyes, One for All points to Bakugo. Watch out, he says. Watch out for what? Bakugo's watching him. It's not quite a glare. Well, it is a glare, or it would be a glare on any other face. But on Bakugo, it's almost blank. He's watching him, waiting, face fixed with suspicion. Izuku blinks as the realization hits him. He looks at Toda and at his restraints and the empty room around them. Hold the fort, Shigaraki had said. He'd looked at both Toda and Izuku. He keeps disappearing, vanishing to talk to their leader and coming back unharmed. His restraints are a formality. Toda's cozying up to him. Izuku's letting Toda cozy up to him. Oh, fuck. He wonders if the other villains realize what they are doing, if even Shigaraki realizes it. He wouldn't put it past All for One to know exactly what he was doing, and it would look like to someone like Bakugo. Divide and conquer, One for All says grimly. My brother likes that tactic. He wins fights by getting his enemies to turn on each other. All for One's been sowing distrust this whole time, and has been too preoccupied with mind games and ghosts to notice what was going on with Bakugo. All for One has been getting Bakugo to be suspicious of him, to see him as a traitor and an enemy. What could possibly be better for proving his own point than that? That's just what he needs, heroes bursting in, and Bakugo yelling to them that he's switched sides. That's all he needs. This is supposed to be the night they're rescued, so what the hell else can go wrong? One for All grips his shoulder, making him look up again. I think your friend's back, he says. Rei appears in a whirl of dark hair, and it's the closest that Izuku has come to feeling hope in the past hour. She still looks frightened and uncomfortable here, even as she rushes to his side. Help is coming, she tells him. Heroes are here. They are close. So very, very close. All he has to do is wait for help, maybe find a way to get the panic button away from Toda, if only to buy them a few minutes, even just a few seconds. There's something else, she adds. Friends are here too. What? Who? He tries to ask, but something rattles in the walls, faulty piping, maybe, and Rei startles like a rabbit. Her image fizzes and spurts in and out of view. Black ooze pours from her eye sockets like tears. Her fingers twist in her hair, and she cowers and curls up into a little ball before vanishing. Izuku grinds his teeth. Someone else is here. Friends. The only friends Ray would talk about are his friends. What friends, then? Who's here? Uraraka. Todoroki. Ida. That could mean. If there's any chance at all that they're here, then that could mean. All for one could find them. He feels the fear coming, the towering ever-present wave, poised to crash down upon him and drown him in an ocean of terror. Pressure burns and throbs behind his eyes. I have to stop this. I can't sit here. I have to act. One for all's hand passes before his eyes. His other hand touches Izuku's shoulder. I can keep an eye on my brother, he says. If he makes a move, I'll tell you. Don't do anything stupid. Ha. Fat chance of that. Stay with him, he says. Don't come to tell me yourself. Send someone else. Don't leave him alone. One for all smiles at him, and it's almost comforting before he vanishes. Toda is still leaning on him heavily, chatting about something he hasn't been listening to. He still doesn't listen. He's too busy knitting together the pieces of a desperate plan. If there was ever a time to start figuring out how to bust out, it would be now. That creepy knife chick is distracted with fawning over Deku, and Deku looks like his soul just ejected from his body. Which, well, Deku has never stopped pissing Katsuki off, even before he started playing nicey nice with villains, but Katsuki can almost sympathize with that. Almost. It's not like he isn't grateful that it's not his lap she's sitting in. Maybe this'll teach Deku not to be so fucking pleasant with the bastard he's supposed to be fighting. The problem is that his hands are restrained in such a way that it's impossible to twist them round to blow up the straps without bending them like coat hangers. And even if he could, the chick has a panic button and she's too far away for him to knock it out of her hands. If she presses that button, then it'll bring the whole shitty squad of them back in, and the whole point of escaping now is that the bastards are actually gone for once. And it's not like he can count on Deku. Even now, he's starting to talk back. And not talk back like talk shit, he's just answering her like they're normal people out for coffee instead of a crazy knife-swinging villain and a smarmy little shit who's supposed to be in hero training. It's making him sick. So, he'll wait. There's only so long he can wait, but he doesn't have a choice. He has to wait and watch that panic button and hope she's crazy enough to give him an opening somewhere. So, what do you like to talk about? Toda bounces up off of Deku's lap and starts wandering around him, playing with the knife in her hands. You've been awfully quiet. I know, like that. You're really sweet. Weird, it's getting kind of boring. She tests the knife tip against her finger. Deku blinks like he's waking up. I guess it depends. I talk about different stuff with different people. Mostly hobbies, I guess. He pauses. What do you like to talk about? Oh, I love hobbies. Toga bounces on the balls of her feet again. And I like talking about stuff I've done, and people I've met, and people I've been, but I never get to talk about that. Even here it's kind of awkward, because Dabby's a grump and Twice is nice but is so weird, and Spinner likes talking about Stain but he doesn't talk about Stain the way I like to talk about Stain. Must be lonely, Deku says. Have you been making friends, at least? Her face lights up and she plants her hands on the arms of his chair. Sure have. Tamira's my friend and Twice is my friend, and so are Magna and Spinner and Compress. Kurogiri is kind of too old, though. And Mustard was so cute and he was even my age, so I was hoping he'd be my friend, but he's gone now. She pouts. Oh well. These things happen, Deku says. Katsuki wishes, not for the first time, that he could use his quirk through his eyes. He's watching Deku's face, hating that look of stupid sympathy on it, as if what this crazy bitch is spewing is actually worth listening to. Say. Toda. As Katsuki watches, something strange flickers across Deku's face. Are we friends yet? He pauses while the girl's eyes widen. Can I call you Himiko? Is that okay? The second he says that, she looks like a little kid in a candy store, eyes wide and shiny like she can hardly believe it. Either that, or she looks like she's about to swoon. It's fucking sickening. She takes hold of his chin, rubs her thumb against his mouth. He's still got blood on his face from when she smacked him before. You gonna go out with me, she says. You going to be mine? Deku shrinks back and looks away. I'm not sure you'd want that. Not if you knew. Knew what? She asks eagerly. Deku looks up at her shyly and... Something's wrong. Katsuki isn't sure why the thought springs to his mind, but it does. There's something very, very wrong with how his shyness looks. Katsuki knows Deku, he's known the little shit since they were tiny. Deku's always been shy, and Katsuki knows that that's not what it's supposed to look like. I can't tell you, Deku says. It's a secret. I love secrets. Tota blurts out, rocking back on her heels in excitement. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I promise. Oh, I know you won't, Deku answers, eyes wide. I trust you, Himiko-chan. She squeaks at this. It's just Deku glances toward Katsuki. He can't keep a secret. He's awful at it. Tota looks over at him, and Bakugo glares daggers in Deku's direction. Yeah, you're right, Tota says, nodding. He's got a pretty big mouth. Fuck you, Katsuki blurts out, and Tota giggles. Yeah, he does, Deku agrees. So I don't want him to hear it. You could whisper it. Tota offers. Real soft in my ear, so he can't hear it. I want to hear it, you've got to tell me, Izu. Well, Deku hesitates for a few seconds. Okay. But you've got to lean in close, because I'm only gonna say it once, and I'm gonna whisper it quieter than I've ever whispered anything. Tota nods vigorously. Okay, got it, she says, and leans in close. Deku moves. It's almost too fast for Katsuki to catch. Deku strikes like a snake, and when he slams back into his chair, his head is tilted sideways and his teeth are clamped down on the bridge of Tota's nose. Katsuki sees her try to pull back. She can't. A strangled cry gurgles up out of Tota's mouth. Her hand flashes out, clutching her knife, and Deku catches her wrist. Tota thrashes, trying to pull her face free, but Deku doesn't let go. If anything, he only bites down harder. Tota tries to wail, but it's hard to make noise effectively with Deku's teeth clamped around her nose. He grips her wrist, twists and twists until he wrests the knife away. His hand flashes out, and the knife clatters to the ground at Katsuki's feet. Deku stares at him from the other side of Tota's struggling form, wide-eyed with a silent plea for help. Fuck, Katsuki hisses and tips his chair to the ground. He lands hard on his side, nearly knocking the wind out of himself, but from there he can shove himself around, chair and all, until he can grab the knife handle in his own teeth. Angling it down, he attacks the straps with the blade. Credit where credit is due, Tota Himiko takes good care of her knives. The strap parts, fiber by fiber, until he's stabbed through enough of it to snap the rest. He turns his sweaty palms toward the chair itself, reducing it to scraps so that the rest of the straps fall away. It's not until he's free that Deku finally lets go. Tota reels back, face bloody and contorted with rage. She whirls around at Katsuki as he charges, yanking a second knife from her pocket. At the last moment she lashes out, scoring the blade across his collarbone. His palm detonates close enough to her face to bloody it further and send her flying back into the wall. She hits it like a broken doll and slides down to the floor, unconscious. For a moment, all Katsuki can hear is Deku's harsh, heaving breaths. He slumps back in the chair, breathing heavily with bloodstains around his mouth and tears gathering in his eyes. The cut across Katsuki's collarbone is a flesh wound, it stings, but it isn't dangerous. The button, Katsuki remembers with a jolt. Deku sits forward again and holds up the device. Got it. Picked it off her while she was talking. Katsuki freezes. The panic button is in Deku's hand. He hasn't pressed it, at least, not as far as Katsuki can tell, but that could change. It all depends on. How do I know? Bakugo, I know what it looks like, but there isn't time for this. He doesn't sound surprised or confused, or even guilty. Mostly he just sounds tired. How do I know you're not with them? Bakugo clenches his fists. You've been cozying up to them since we got here. You keep disappearing to talk to their goddamn leader, you're getting special treatment, they trust you enough to leave us with just one guard, you kept vanishing back at the camp, how the hell do I know they haven't talked you around? He pauses. I know how much you hate me. Deku's eyes flash with anger. With the blood around his mouth, it's not a pretty sight. I don't hate you. And even if I did, I wouldn't let someone like you make me turn traitor. You couldn't stop me from wanting to be a hero when we were 5 years old, Keikaken. What makes you think you're any better at it now? Give me one good reason why I should trust you. Oh, now I'm the one who has to prove myself to you. Deku snaps. I'm not the one who's been toadying up to these bastards from the start, so why should I believe? Because I hate them. The words cut through Katsuki's as caustic as acid. Deku stares him down from the chair and is angry, angrier than Katsuki has ever seen him before. They hurt me. They hurt Ragdoll, they took a quirk and I couldn't stop them. The anger quickly turns to tears. I hate them and that made it easy to lie, because if I lied then they'd trust me, and if they trusted me then I could hurt them, too. And it's not the only reason, and I hate that it's a reason, and I wish it wasn't one, but it's there, and maybe it's the only reason you'll understand. His teary eyes blaze with fury. Now help me. And for a moment all Katsuki can say to that is, fine. He steps closer, knife in hand. How the fuck did you get your hand free? Broke it a little. Deku holds up his hand, showing his swelling wrist. Slipped it out when I bit her so I could stop her from stabbing me. It hurts, but I'll live. Fuck, Katsuki mutters. All right, shove over so I can get your other one. Deku elbows him in the chest. Don't. Fuck off, Deku, stop being a baby and I'll get you free. No, Deku pushes him back. Just listen to me, okay? All for One, their leader, steals quirks. He stole Ragdoll's quirk, and he has another that lets him teleport people back to him. If we run, he'll catch us. Then we'll teleport straight to him and kick his ass, whatever, just. Fucking listen to me, Bakugo. Deku glares at him. We can't kick his ass. We can't do a damn thing against him, or we are both dead. But if you leave me here, I can at least buy you time. What does that matter if he can just tell we're him anyway? Katsuki snaps. Deku. Because. Deku clenches his teeth in an angry smile. They trust me, remember? Or at least he thinks he can use me. When you run, don't go straight for the exits. I'll tell you where they are and you have to stall, got it? Instead of trying to escape entirely, find a way outside so you can be visible. Get caught on a security camera or something. I can keep them talking. I can keep them from going straight after you. It's a shitty plan. It's exactly the kind of plan Katsuki hates, the kind that means running away instead of winning. It's the only kind of plan that has any hope of doing something useful. Fuck. Fuck, fine, goddammit. One more thing, Deku says. I need you to use your quirk on me. Katsuki's mind goes blank. What? No, we're vital. My shoulder. My left shoulder, it's already weak from fighting back at the camp, and I'd like to have at least one good on. No, Katsuki snarls. No, I'm not gonna fucking, are you insane, Deku? Anger flashes in his eyes again. Oh great, Kaken. Now you don't want to use your quirk on me, the one time I actually need you to. Deku, Katsuki growls. Great timing, Deku goes on. What are you afraid of? It's not like the teachers are around to see, as if that ever stopped you before. I don't fucking want to. Deku blinks at him. For the first time tonight, he does look surprised. I appreciate it, he says. But tough. Now hurry up and do it, and get out. He gets it. He can see where Deku's going with this. But. Fine. Katsuki raises his hand. It's shaking even as he places it on Deku's shoulder. He's always had steady hands with his quirk before, unless he overused it. Fine. Just fucking hold still, I guess. Izuku tries not to whimper with pain as he waits for Bakugo's footsteps to fade into the distance. He wants to wait to give Bakugo some time to put some distance between himself and this room, or to find the heroes infiltrating the building, something. But if he waits too long, it'll look suspicious. He's right, you know, Arai remarks. You're insane. He glances at Toda's limp, unconscious body. I mean, not that I'm complaining. I know, Izuku answers. In my defense, this is probably the stupidest thing I've ever done. He presses the panic button. Chapter 39. One for All appears mere moments after he sounds the alarm as Izuku rummages through Toda's pockets. The spirit is all in a panic when he flickers into view, only to stop short when he sees Toda unconscious by the wall and the button in Izuku's hand. What did you do? The heroes are coming and so are some of my friends maybe, Izuku answers. He's found what he was looking for among Toda's miniature arsenal of knives, two thin blades, more for piercing than slicing. He shoves both into his pockets and drags his chair back to its original spot. Is your brother coming? Obviously my brother is coming. What on earth possessed you? I'm a distraction, Izuku says. If they focus on me instead of going immediately after him, then maybe he has time to find our rescuers. I need your help. A dark warp gate opens within the room. With what? One for All asks with an expression that looks as if he dreads the answer. The villains are coming back through. A second warp gate opens and the masked, suited figure of All for One begins to emerge. Izuku slumps in his seat, dragging his wounded shoulder and breathing harshly as he signs his answer. Help me lie. Earlier. For the sake of preserving Yorozu's quirk, they throw together disguises at a Camino thrift shop. Shadow finds a neat dress shirt and waistcoat among the racks and a black wig to hide his hair. Uraraka's hair is tucked beneath a cap, her jacket heavy and loose-fitting enough to make her look androgynous. Even her face looks different, though she'd been that way already when they met at the train station. That'll be the contouring, she'd said, when Kirishima asked her how she'd managed to change the positioning of her cheekbones. Contouring. Makeup, Yorozu had explained. Makeup's for when you want to look pretty, Uraraka had said. Contouring's for when you want to commit a murder and throw off the police sketches. They are still following the marker Yorozu left on the tracking device's original location. There was some debate back and forth. Yorozu was all for heading to the new location first, but after Ida and Uraraka returned from visiting Midoriya's mother, they ended up siding with him and Kirishima. They would check Camino first, and if nothing was there, then they would head for the other. Or go straight home if Ida has his way. The UA press conference is being broadcast in the streets, not far from their destination. The sight of his teachers groveling before the press sets Shado's teeth on edge, though not as much as some of the questions from the reporters in the crowd. Seriously? Uraraka hisses. Are they really trying to make Deku look like the bad guy for taking down a villain? What villain did he supposedly brutalize? Ida demands, looking equally incensed. Do they not realize it was life and death? A memory clicks in the back of Shado's head. He had blood on his hands when we met up, he says. He wouldn't say what happened, just that it wasn't his. Kirishima's teeth grind audibly. They Markin and our classmates sound like violent thugs. I know Bakuga's rough around the edges and Midoriya doesn't play nice in a fight, but that's just, his voice trails off, as if he doesn't have the words for his anger. Focus, Yorozu reminds them. That's not our concern for now. We know it isn't true. In fact, that journalist probably knows it, too. He's just trying to get a rise out of them. She tugs on Uraraka, stepping away from the crowd gathered before the screen. Come on. Something tells me the heroes will be making a move soon. Why do you say that? Kirishima asks as the rest of them follow. The way they were answering questions about the investigation, she replies. They break away from the crowd and hurry into the quieter streets toward their destination. Principal Netsu made it sound as if they don't know where to look. If it were me, her eyes narrow. I'd strike soon after a statement like that. If the villains see that broadcast and think they are still eluding the heroes and the police, their guard will be down. A hush settles over the rest. They keep close together, watching their surroundings. In the dimly lit streets, the shape of a warehouse facility looms before them. The alarm chimes softly, and he heaves a deep, deep sigh. Unwieldy the quirk search may be, but it is nonetheless useful for his purposes. It is far easier to pinpoint locations that he cannot see, such as no less than 80 Numa, prepped and ready for instantaneous transport. The alarm comes when he is focused on those 80 Numa, forcing his mental gaze back to the room where the prisoners are kept. The corners of his mouth turn downward. Toda is unconscious. Midoriya Izuku is injured, and Bakugo Katsuki is slain. He considers bringing the errant prisoner immediately to his side, but no need just yet. Bakugo seems to be headed in the wrong direction, deeper into the building rather than toward the exits. If he's going to bring the boy back, he may as well bring him back to the room he's supposed to be in. He is forced, then, to turn his attention further from the Numu and toward the rest of his assets. The alarm has brought back two of their number, Compress and Magna, whose quirks are most useful for recapturing prisoners. Stretching his own power to the limit, he reaches for Kurogiri's quirk and gives it a light tug. Beside him, he can feel the doctor's gaze. I can continue things from here, the doctor says. I still have to finish compiling all our electronic files. Of course, he says. I may send you amendments to some of your instructions. Nothing major, don't worry. A ward gate opens and he steps back into the prisoner's holding area. He observes the scene as best he can without eyes. Toga is by the far wall, limp and silent. He can't tell what her injuries are. The unconsciousness smothers the rest of her physical weaknesses. Magna crouches beside her, while Compress stands over their remaining prisoner. And as for the boy, he sees nothing, but hears much. Breathes in and out between clenched teeth. His left shoulder is further wounded, already weak from recent dislocation, and now burned as well. It is probably causing him no small amount of pain. His breathing shakes as well as hisses. It sounds wet. It sounds broken. How is she, he asks. Not dead, I hope. She's hurt bad, Magna answers. She sounds almost shaken. Her face, it's not pretty. Some pretty extensive burns, and hell, are those teeth marks. Are they? Compress asks. If they are, it's probably worth mentioning the blood around the kid's mouth. Ah. He turns to the boy and steps closer. An awful choking noise reaches his ears. It's like a broken parody of laughter, forced out through uncontrollable tears. It's an ugly sound. An angry sound. That's all very interesting, especially the anger. He can work with anger. It tends to make people just a bit more malleable. I'm sure, he says evenly, that there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Would you care to offer it up, boy? He checks on Bakugo Katsuki. He's still quite a ways from the exits. For a moment the boy only chokes out another hoarse, bitter noise. Then her tried, he rasps. Tried to escape. One more time. He spits out something, though he doesn't spit it at anyone in particular. There must be blood in his mouth. He said we could get out. I thought I could help him. I thought if there's no more laughter. He hears the boy's breath hitch and shudder on the way, and then he sobs in earnest, quietly. He's learned something interesting about people and crying over the years. People cry loudly when they call for help. They cry quietly when they know that no help is coming. He lifts the boy's chin again. Tell me what happened. The boy is shaking. We were going to try. One more time. I helped him. I held her back so he could escape, and I thought he'd get me up, but his breath comes out in shorter gusts. He's choking on sobs, on fear, on rage. The anger in the boy's voice is so palpable that he can almost taste it, like blood in the water. He left you, he says softly. The boy chokes on his own furious tears again. He said. What did he say, Izuku? The boy ducks his head, and this time he lets in. He called me a traitor, he whispers harshly. I tried to tell him he was wrong, and he didn't listen. He didn't even let me talk. And then, he said I could either slow him down, or I could slow you down. He hears Magna hiss through her teeth, imagines the pity and disgust on her face. He sighs then, and it sounds just enough like compassion that it hides the satisfaction and amusement. It's extraordinary, really. His enemies and their ilk do half his work for him. You were right, Izuku sobs, angry and helpless and brought low by betrayal. You were right. He'll tell everyone I turned, and even if I prove them wrong, I know they'll never trust me again. I know they'll wonder, and... I said before that you were the sort of person who saves his loyalty for those who earn it, he says, covering one of the boy's hands with his own. If they take the word of a bully over yours without questioning it, if they turn against you on hearsay alone, then have they ended? And no, the boy says hesitantly. No, he says. They have not. And for all that you wounded one of my subordinates, I must admit that it must have taken bravery and no small amount of cleverness. You only made one mistake. One honest mistake of trusting the wrong person, and that. I cannot punish that. He reaches out and undoes the remaining cuff. He hears the surprised little hitch in the boy's breath. You could have escaped yourself, he says. You could have broken free and run. But instead, you called for us. You called for help of your own accord, even though you knew I might be angry. Even though you knew you had made a mistake. So now, stand up, boy, and fix it. Why you mean? Find him and teach him what happens to those who abandon their allies in times of need. You have learned many harsh lessons in your time with us. It's your turn now. Teach him a lesson in humility. He hears the breathing quicken, notes the quiet excitement hidden within such a tiny little sound. Are you sure? Even after everything? Show your mettle, Midoriya Izuku. The rest of us have a busy evening ahead of us. He pauses. I won't give you any hints, mind you. Consider it an assessment of your skills. A new starting line. In the moments that follow, the world seems to hold its breath. Okay. It comes out quiet, but firm. The hand beneath his slowly curls into a fist. Okay. I'll try your way, all for one. He smiles and tries to imagine what All Might's face will look like when he sees his precious successor dancing in the palm of his hand. My dear boy, he says kindly. If you like, you may call me Sensei. Shigaraki glances up as Magna and Compress step back through. Any trouble? Compress shrugs. It's handled, for the most part. Didn't even have to use my quirk for once. He sighs. Tota's out of commission for a while, however. Well, you'll see later. She's been transferred to a different location for now. Just in case things go south here. There's some good news, though, Magna adds with a triumphant smile. Midoriya Izuku's one of us now. Really? Spinner taps his chin thoughtfully. Would have thought we'd end up fighting him at some point. He really seems like the hero type. Stain even said. Behind the obscuring hand, Shigaraki's face lights up. Ah, what the hell does Stain know? I told you all he'd come around. It was just a matter of time. He turns his head, then, and looks to the climb cuff to a chair near the bar. It's been sitting quietly ever since they arrived, for a good reason seeing as how they gagged him. Hey, twice. Yeah, what? Your copies mimic the personality of the original, right? Shigaraki wanders over to kick the chair lightly. The copy fidgets, but doesn't respond otherwise. Yeah. It's sort of like an AI based on the original's brain. You made this 1 hour ago, Shigaraki says. Think it's gotten the memo that it's supposed to be on our side. How the hell should I know? Twice snaps, mood flipping on a dime. Not like it matters. These things are fragile. Too much damage and they fall apart anyway. We should probably move it away from the entrance, then, Dabby remarks. We wouldn't want to give the game away too quickly. Magna's hand is on the back of the chair, ready to yank it, and the dickwad prisoner behind the bar when the door and the wall surrounding it erupts inward. The villains nearest to it are sent tumbling back with the force of the explosion. Apologies, All Might says, smile stretched into an angry grimace. But I've been told it's polite to knock first. I cannot believe that worked, Arai says, for at least the 5th time. 2 reasons why it did, Izuku says under his breath. 1, I had his brother coaching me. Yeah, that probably helped some, Arai says dryly. One for All is no longer with him, he's sticking close to All for one side, ready to send word through the other dead if anything changes. The halls are crowded, Izuku has to weave between them as he hurries through. It won't take long for a message to reach him, if need be. He's clear for now, armed with 2 stolen knives and a pair of cuffs he took from his own chair. The other reason's his new quirk, Izuku goes on. He steals them, but he can't be an instant expert, and Ragdoll, his voice catches. It still hurts to think about her. She told me about her quirk. It's tricky, having so much information pour into your head at once. Either he'll be overwhelmed by it and miss what's right in front of his nose, or he'll force himself to focus on a few things and miss a lot of the rest. A grim smile twitches at the corners of his mouth. He's like how I used to be, either he has it all the way on or all the way off. No in between. Nice, Arai says appreciatively. So, what are you doing now? Escaping. Too risky. I can't tell if he's paying attention to me or not, so it's better if I stay in the building. Besides, He stops then, because there are arms latching onto him, dragging back and forcing him to halt. He knows who it is before he even turns, because it's far from the first time she's ever done this. Ray hugs his arm, peeking out from beneath her hair with a single wide, jet-black eye. "Hi, Ray," he says, and manages a strained smile at her. "Things are pretty tense right now, huh?" She pulls at him, trying to drag him in the opposite direction he's headed. "Ray." "Not that way," she says. "Out is the other way." "I know," he says. "But I can't go out yet. There's something I have to do first, and I don't know if." In the distance, something explodes. The lights flicker as Izuku whips around, every nerve on edge. "Half pint, where do you think you're going?" Izuku sighs heavily as Nana appears in the hallway, then blinks closer until she reaches his side. "Good, she found you. Come on, kid, the heroes are here, and if there was ever a time to get moving, it's now." "The heroes?" "Some of them, at least," she says. What you just heard is Mount Lady smashing through the gate. "You can go now." "I can't yet," Izuku says, forcing down his frustration. There's something I need to look for. I need to see, I can't leave without seeing for myself." Nana sighs, frustrated. "No. Absolutely not. For once in your life, Izuku, you need to turn around and run away, got it? Whatever this is, it's not worth your..." She stopped short, eyes narrowing. "Where's everyone going?" The ghosts are filtering out of the hallway, even Arai is gone, without even a word. There's a tension in the air that Izuku wouldn't have detected over his own. Ray hisses. Izuku's first, terrifying thought is that All for One is coming to check on his progress. But if that were the case, then One for All would have warned him. There's no time for him to form a second thought, because his answer comes as if summoned. Tsubasa stands at the end of the hallway, all dead eyes and mangled wings. As Izuku watches, more figures join him. They vary wildly in age, gender, body type, but they all have one thing in common: black eyes, empty voids that seem to draw in the light around them. "Deku!" Tsubasa calls. Ray drags at his arm, her grip icy and painful. "Something's wrong, Ms. Nana," Izuku whispers. I just have to see. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on All Might for me, okay?" "Izuku." Heedless of Nana and Ray's protests, Izuku pushes on. He knows these hallways by now. The small atrium is very crowded now, with more spirits pressed in than should reasonably fit. It brings uncomfortably familiar feelings into the pit of Izuku's stomach, but he forces them down and steps up to the locked door. He draws his stolen knives from their hiding place. With a swipe, Ray knocks them out of his hands and pushes him back. "Ray," he splutters. "Go back," she says. "Go back. Don't go through. Get out, get out, get out. Ray, will you just let me? It's a bad place." Her arms move in forceful jerks. Her form flickers and blinks until it hurts just to keep looking at her. "It's bad. Get out. Don't go in." "Deku," Tsubasa pleads. "Deku. Help me." "Shut up." Ray hisses, lunging at him until Tsubasa flickers back. "Shut up. Shut up. Leave him alone." Izuku holds his breath and forces past, retrieving his dropped knives. The lock is not a complicated one. At this point, this deep into All for One stronghold, security is not the largest priority. It comes undone, and Izuku pockets the knives again, just in case. He opens the door, and Ray shrieks. "Just a hallway," he murmurs, though he's less and less sure of that the further he goes. "Just another hallway. I'll just take a quick look, Ray, that's all." Ray clings to him. She's trembling, gripping him hard enough to be painful. She's staring ahead into the dimly lit hallway beyond the open door. "Ray, what's wrong?" he murmurs, his voice thin in the quiet. "Do you?" She flies. Not back, not away from the hallway. When she flits away from his side, she goes further in, until he barely catches her swirl of dark hair as it vanishes around the first corner. "What, Ray?" Time is of the essence. Ahead of him is Ray, his oldest and best friend, and some unknown horror that frightens even her. Behind him at Tsubasa, someone he knew even before he met her, and a crowd of silent, black-eyed ghosts. Something tugs at the back of his mind that's important somehow, the black eyes, but is far too focused on the choice before him. And really, it isn't much of a choice at all. When Izuku takes off running, it's forward. The alley behind the warehouse is cramped, but at least it's out of the way. It's out of sight. "See anything?" Uraraka asks. She is Ida by the ankles, holding onto him like a helium balloon while he floats level with the high window. Shadow stands on Kirishima's shoulders, gripping the window ledge to pull himself up and see. It takes a moment to make sense of what he's looking at. It's a vast warehouse space, all white walls and high ceilings, metal catwalks, and at least one mezzanine overlooking the machinery that fills the space. It's almost factory-like in its setup, except instead of objects being manufactured, it's... Beside him, Ida draws in a sharp breath. Shadow feels his stomach twist in horror and disgust and climbs down from Kirishima's shoulders. He's seen enough. He doesn't need to see any more. "Well," he says, fighting down the bile crawling up his throat. "Now we know why the Numu's tracker came here first." "Why?" Yaoirozu asks. "What did you see?" "This isn't their headquarters," Shadow grits out through clenched teeth. "I doubt it's even where they are holding them. It's a facility for making those things." Uraraka gasps sharply. "Ida," she calls up. "Ida, I'm gonna bring you back down, okay?" "Yes, thank you, Uraraka. I think I've seen enough." A crash and explosion peals out from near the front entrance they had passed before. "That'll be the heroes," Yaoirozu grits out. "We are too closed in here, we need to move positions." "Back around to the side, then," Ida says, as Uraraka pulls him back to the ground and releases her quirk. "Come along, hurry." They make their way slowly around the side of the facility until they are just within view of the front entrance. It's been blown inward, the main doors and most of the wall are smashed in, surrounded by what looks like the remains of a truck. Shadow only hopes there was no one in the cab when it hit. "They got in," Yaoirozu murmurs. "The heroes are inside, and so is Midoriya. Bakudo too, most likely." She turns to the others, eyes bright with the first sparks of hope. I think it might be okay. I think they have this." Shadow cocks his head, trying to listen. They've moved away from the side of the building, behind a freestanding stone wall toward the front. But he can still hear their voices, calling to each other from within the building. "Genist." This voice he recognizes. "That's Tiger." "Genist, Mount Lady, I found her." "Ragdoll." Mount Lady's voice is much easier to hear. "Is she alive?" "She's unconscious. But she has a pulse, thank heaven." "This place is more complicated than we first thought," another voice says. Shadow doesn't recognize it, but it could be best Genist. Searching every room and hallway could take more time than expected. It sounds, at least to Shadow's ears, like an opportunity to slip in and do some searching on their own. A hand descends on his shoulder, it's Ida, keeping him from making a premature move. Shadow turns to glare at him, ready to fire back at the wordless warning. "Up, guys," Kirishima says quietly. One of the side doors just opened. Shadow turns his head, alarmed. Sure enough, a small doorway on the side of the building, when they just passed minutes ago, is swinging open silently. Someone emerges and his heart seizes. Are they far enough away? Uraraka gasps. Shadow gapes. Bakudu comes creeping out of the building, sidling along the outer wall as he checks his peripherals. For a moment, Shadow is too shocked to react. Luckily, Kirishima isn't. In an instant he's yanking off the false horns and poking his head out from cover. "Bakudu," he hisses, waving to him. "Bakudu, over here." Their classmate is among them in seconds, diving behind their cover and whisper shouting with muffled fury. "What the fuck are you idiots doing here? We are here for you and Deku, obviously." Uraraka whisper shouts back. "Where is he? Are you okay?" Kirishima asks. "You're bleeding." Sure enough, there's a gash over his collarbone, but it doesn't look too serious. Scowling, Bakugo tugs his blood-stained shirt to cover it. "It's fucking nothing, shut up," he growls. "Deku's still in there. He pulled off some half-cocked plan to buy time while I got out." "And you left him?" Shadow asks. "I wasn't my goddamn idea," he grits out at him. "What the fuck do you idiots think you can do here? The heroes are launching a raid to rescue you and Midoriya," Yaoyorozu tells him. "Best Jeanist, Taida, and Mad Lady are in there now." Bakugo's eyes widen. "Fuck, is that all?" The way Deku was talking, they are probably gonna need more than that. Shadow's blood runs cold. That's the closest he's ever seen Bakugo to being riddled. "Why do you say that?" Ida asks. "Look, they have this bastard shadow leader, all right. Called All for One or some shit. Deku says he steals quirks." "That's impossible." Yaoyorozu sounds shaken. There's never been any quirk like that except in stories. The air changes. Shadow can't explain it. He knows what a change in temperature feels like, and this isn't it. But just for a moment, he swears he can feel a chill in the air that isn't his. He looks to the others and sees his own confusion and alarm reflected in their eyes. "Got a bad feeling," Kirishima says tightly. "Anybody else feeling it?" "No shit," Bakugo mutters. "I can't tell if this is intuition," Yaoyorozu says. "Or the effects of a quirk." "We shouldn't be here," Ida murmurs. "We should," Uraraka claps her hand over his mouth. Footsteps. Logically, footsteps shouldn't be loud enough for them to hear an individual set all the way out here. And yet, they reach Shadow's ears, slow and purposeful, before a voice rings out like a tolling funeral bell. "Welcome, heroes." They are too close, far too close, but Shadow turns and looks anyway. The angle is bad, but they can see the blown open front and the raiding party of heroes gathered inside. And beyond them, a lone figure stands there, just out of reach of where light would touch. Shadow can barely see him, but he can just make out a dark, crisply fitted suit and a heavy, jet-black metal mask fitted over his head. "Who is that?" he hears Uraraka whisper. "One villain against multiple heroes." Kirishima murmurs. "Seems pretty one-sided to me." As the five of them watch, the lone villain moves to strike. And the battle is indeed one-sided, but in entirely the wrong direction. For a few good moments, Izuku can only stand and stare. There are so few ghosts here. None, actually. The only ones who linger are the strange, silent black-eyed ones he now knows to be former Numa. Which sort of makes sense, now that he thinks of it. The only living people in here are Numu, as well. That's what freezes him first, the presence of countless Numu, all clustered into a single space. The panic subsides when he sees that they are enclosed in glass pods, hooked up to wires and tubes, and unresponsive. They are packed into the vast space, like sardines in a can, dozens of the creatures that Izuku has never seen fall to anything less than a top-ranked hero. As he watches, blackness swirls around the nearest one. And then the next and the next. It spreads over every Numu he can see, and Izuku recognizes it. It's the same tar-like blackness that has been used to transport him back and forth over the past few days. It spreads, overtaking each artificial human weapon. In a matter of seconds, the Numu vanish. They give the villains no time to react. Deadshot moves swiftly, disabling the warp gate villain before he can give them an escape route. The rest of the frontline heroes move in to take down the rest. All Might only has eyes for the boy sitting cuffed to a chair toward the back of the room. Green eyes stare back at him over the gag, and his student strains against the bonds. The villain known as Dabby gets a drop on them, sending out a wall of fire to drive them back. In such an enclosed space, All Might cannot risk dispelling it with wind pressure. Even a millimeter off, and he could send the entire building up in flames with them inside of it. And at the moment, he isn't sure that he can trust his precision. But every quirk has limits, and even Daddy is aware of the risks. When the flames subside, Gran Torino is upon him, knocking him to the ground before he can try it again. The villains put up a fight, but they've been taken off guard. The battle will not last long, it's only a matter of time before every one of them is subdued. Only. All Might halts, scanning the room. He can see Izuku on the other side of the villains, seconds away from rescue. Where is Bakugo? Is he being kept in a back room? It would certainly make sense, given his penchant for explosive noise. A familiar burst of raw power rattles the entire room, an explosion of wind pressure ripples out into the midst of the battle. All Might lunges forward, scattering struggling villains before him in a determined effort to reach his student. Izuku is on his feet, having blasted his own hands free with a burst of one for all at 100%. Recovery Girl won't be happy with that. The boy rips the gag out of his mouth and pitches his voice above everyone else. It's a trap. All Might reaches him, blood running cold. Izuku. Izuku thrusts one of his broken hands out at him, except it's not broken. It's melting like candle wax in a furnace. Green eyes meet his, furious and frantic. I'm not real. Izuku yells. I'm just a copy made by Twice Quirk. Bakudo and I are at the warehouse in Kamino. Hurry. His entire form dissolves into nothing. Dan. All Might whips around, fury mounting, to find the villains subdued and forced to the floor. Kurogiri is unconscious, making their escape impossible, but Shigaraki Tamura is still grinning. Guess it didn't get the memo after all. Blackness begins to gather around the down villains, creeping over them like living sludge. Shigaraki's smile widens. Have fun. The villains disappear into the blackness just seconds before shouts of alarm reach their ears. All Might exchanges a single glance with Gran Torino, then rushes back outside. The police is out in force around the building, along with more heroes headed by Endeavor. Minutes ago, All Might left them standing at the ready in case backup was needed. They are surrounded now. The entire area is swarming with Numa. He reaches Endeavor first, right as the flame hero finishes dispatching an artificial human that lunged too close. Clones, he says, fighting against his own rage. They used clones to draw us here. The captive students are at the other facility. Typical Endeavor spits, face twisted into a mask of disgust. Get out of the way, then. I'll clean up this mess. All Might needs no second urging. With a leap and a bound, he's hurrying toward the other Strack location with all the speed that he can muster. Izuku staggers through the empty warehouse on unsteady, stumbling legs. "Ah, Ray," he calls. "Ray, where are you?" He looks back. The only ghost still with him at Tsubasa and the rest. They are following him now, watching him as if waiting. For what, Izuku doesn't know. I don't understand, he says softly. Was that it? Was that what you wanted me to see? They continue to watch him. Tsubasa drifts closer in and out of Izuku's vision. He brushes an empty pod with pale fingertips. "Tsubasa-kun," he says. "What is it? What do you want from me?" Tsubasa looks up at him. "Jichan." Izuku jumps. "What, your grandfather? Do you want me to tell your grandfather something?" Cold dread fills him. "Do you want me to tell him what happened to you?" "Jichan." Tsubasa watches him sadly, black ooze trickling down his face. A shriek rings out nearby, that's Rei's voice. Izuku takes off running through the space, weaving through empty pods until he finds the doorway it's coming from. From there, it's easy to find her. He can feel her fear in the air, sharp and cold as an oncoming blizzard. Izuku runs through the empty halls, ever mindful of the entourage following him. He catches glimpses of her ahead of him, as hazy as a hallucination, a trick of the light. Izuku can only follow, calling after her futilely as she darts ever out of his reach. Finally, she vanishes through a closed door. Izuku tries the handle, finds it unlocked, and follows her inside. It's cluttered. Desks, drawers, and filing cabinets line the walls or stand in rows throughout the room, leaving only narrow paths between them. Metal rattles from within, startling him, but as he ventures further inside, he finally sees Rei. He's never seen her like this. Usually when she's upset enough, she becomes a singular black hole, a point of darkness in the midst of the rest of the world, swallowing light and exuding fear like a tangible substance. But now, she looks scared. Izuku has never, ever seen her look so scared. She's clawing at one of the metal filing cabinets, but she can't open it. All she can do is shake it a little. "Ray," he whispers. "Ray, it's all right, I've got it, just hang on." She whips around to look at him, black eyes blown wide with desperate terror. Black eyes. Izuku looks over his shoulder at the silent retinue still following him. He wonders how he never made the connection. Maybe he just didn't want to. Maybe he was too afraid of what it might mean. When he opens the drawer, his hands are shaking. It sticks when he tries. The filing cabinet is more rust than metal, and it looks like it's been years since anyone tried opening one of these. Ray is at his elbow, pawing through the folders within. Her fingertips nearly catch on one, nearly inch it out, but they phase through before she can get a grip on it. Izuku grasps it himself and pulls it free. Dust makes him cough as he looks at the folder, searching for any clue as to what it means. It's yellow with H, creased in places it shouldn't be, and marked with water stains. Izuku looks to Ray for help and finds her curled up in a pale, black-haired, quaking ball on the floor. All Izuku can hear from her is the soft, grating, persistent sound of static. "Ah, Ray." No answer. "Ray, you're scaring me." Still nothing. He opens the folder and nearly drops it. There isn't much to it, only a few sheets of printed paper, some of the text blacked out. A rusted paperclip holds it all together, along with a tiny Ziploc bag containing a lock of black hair and a wallet-sized photograph. A pale, round face gazes out at him from the picture, framed in long black hair. The eyes are wide and yellow, not black, but that doesn't matter. Izuku knows that face. The next thing he knows, he's kneeling on the ground, hands shaking as he fumbles the clip off. Rust stains his fingers and he tosses it to the floor and gathers up the photograph and the hair sample and the few pages. He looks at the first one. Subject 777, Examination Report Number 1. Name, Morigawa Hitomi. DOB 2XXX01-31. Sex, F. Age, 9. Blood type, O. Quirk, empathy. Height, 129 centimeters. Weight, 22 kilograms. Subject notes. Beneath that, Izuku skins. They are research notes dating back decades, detailing experiments that he can only barely understand. He catches snatches of things, phrases like drug trials and quirk introduction and response to pain stimulus and unforeseen side effects. When he reaches the bottom of the page, he snatches up the next one, and the next, and the next. There are only 4 pages in all, and they are all the same. Test results, the 4th page reads, about halfway down. 3 emitter-type, non-physical quirks introduced. Reasonable success. Psychological conditioning, 78%. Reasonable success. Physical enhancement, 7%. Failure. Brain function, low. No longer viable subject for psychological tests. Final notes. Subject 777 is now deceased, though not due to further experimentation. Experiment 4A proved too much for 777's higher brain functions, resulting in a vegetative state. While this disqualified 777 for further psychological testing, there was still any number of chemical and physical tests I could have run. I tried to tell AF others, but my attempts to convince him were fruitless, as usual. This morning he visited the lab to receive a verbal report, which I gave. I informed him that there was still a plethora of knowledge to be gained from the subject before termination, but he pointed out that fresh subjects would bring us far better information, especially since he has no plans to use brain-dead subjects when he moves Project Numu out of the experimentation stage. I pointed out that 777 could still prove useful as a control group, but did he listen? Of course not. He grows impatient with the pace of our experiments. Terminating this latest subject against my advice is only proof of this. Progress does not happen overnight, but I suppose even an immortal man may feel the press of time. Subject 777's remains have been properly disposed of. A hair sample will be kept for records purposes. End of report. By the time he reaches the bottom, Izuku can no longer see the page. The words and letters blur together, and the way the yellowed paper shakes in his hands does not help. He turns his head. He can't see Ray's face. She's curled up into a ball, her back against one of the filing cabinets, hidden in heavy dark hair as she rocks back and forth. Crackling white noise fills the space. She's a black hole yet again, swallowing up everything in the room until nothing exists except her and Izuku and the black-eyed ghosts beyond them. The floor beneath him is hard and cold as he crawls to her side. He reaches for her, knees aching. Ray. There's a hitch in the static before it fades away. He tries again. Tommy. This time, she flinches. That's your name, Izuku says softly. Your real name, isn't it? Morigawa Hitomi. There's nothing, and then... No. Izuku's blood turns to ice water in his veins. He doesn't know that voice. In 10 long years, he's never heard that voice. It is, he says. His throat aches. It's hard to speak. That's your name, Ray. That's your face. You were here. No, her hair ripples as if disturbed by wind. She curls up tighter, trembling as she rocks and shakes her head. No. No, 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 no. I don't want it. Don't want what? Izuku reaches out, tries to brush the curtain of her hair aside so that he can see her face. Her eyes are squeezed shut as they leak black ooze. It hurts. She rocks forward and she reaches for his hand, grips it with icy fingers. Izuku pulls her closer, but it's slow progress. I don't want it, take it back. The cabinets rattle, and she presses forward, presses into him until her grip is painful and she's crying out in his arms. It hurts. I don't want it. I don't want to remember. Okay, he chokes out. Okay, Ray. Okay. You don't have to. We are getting out, okay? We are getting out. I'm getting you out. Let's go. Let's leave and we'll never come back. Get out, she screams into his chest. Get out, get out, get out. He gathers up the pages, folds up the photograph and the hair sample inside them and stuffs them into his pocket, and then he runs out of the records room and shuts it behind him. He reaches up blindly, grasping until he takes Ray's hand and hurries down the hallway. The lights are even worse off than before, most of them have gone out entirely and only a few still flicker stubbornly. Chichan, he hears Tsubasa whisper, but is past listening. He is to get out, he is to go home, he's done, he's finished here, he's survived and is hopefully bought by Kugu some time to reach the heroes outside, and he wants to find them too and go home. He wants. Chichan. Ray's hand squeezes hard enough to crush his fingers. Izuku stumbles, comes back into himself, and finally registers the sound of footsteps steadily moving closer. He freezes, scalds his face back to blankness, and prepares himself for one of the villains, except who would it be? The others are all supposed to be away, unless they've been brought back, but... Before he can finish the thought, a lone figure rounds the corner and into the dimly lit hallway. Izuku stops short, heart pounding. The other man stops as well, catching sight of him immediately. He draws back, seemingly startled, before his tense shoulders relax and his face lights up in recognition. It's a familiar face, Izuku realizes. He hasn't seen it in years, but it's hard to forget anything from the day he first realized what his quirk was. Chichan, Tsubasa rasps. Before him, his old pediatrician adjusts his spectacles and steps forward to take a closer look. My word, says Dr. Tsubasa. Little Midoriya Izuku. It's been years, hasn't it? If ever a quirk could babble, then that is what Search is doing to him now, or at the very least, it's trying. For the moment he has acquired it, feeling the little nudges of information at a distance to be examined at his own leisure. For example, All Might. Even in a simple quirk like Search, he shines like a beacon, growing ever nearer. The heroes before him will not last long, best genist is will bleed out soon, and there is little that Mount Lady or Tiger or any of the other responding heroes can do against him, especially with the rest of his henchmen present, most of them even fighting fit. But All Might is coming. And that means that their little game is drawing to a close. He checks on his other assets within the facility. Bakudu Katsuki has finally found the exit. As for Midoriya... good. The good doctor has found him. He'll soon be telling the boy of the next step in tonight's little melodrama. Either he'll send their new asset back out to join the rest of them, or he'll take him along when he makes his own efficient escape. Perfect. And so, when All Might lands in his midst, in the throes of what he is sure is a towering rage, he smiles behind the mask. His henchmen wisely keep their distance as they hold off the rest of the heroes. He steps forward. "It's been so long," he says. "Where are they?" All Might's voice is a rumble like distant thunder. He senses a fight ahead, but no more than that. How he's missed that, not knowing whether he might win or lose a battle. He knows Bakugo Katsuki's location, down to the centimeter. An effort brings the boy onto the battleground, staggering and dazed by his quirk. Ah, right, this is the first time he's felt it, isn't it? Young Bakugo, All Might calls to him with forced calm. The boy's eyes widen at the sight of him, with just a drop of hope and relief. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," is the short reply. "It's all right now. This will be over soon." He can see All Might's eyes moving, searching for the other, but All for One does not bring him forth. No need to reveal that yet. It's been so long, after all. He may as well allow himself to enjoy this. At the front of the old facility, a pair of titans clash. Dr. Tsubasa. Izuku's mouth is dry. There are 100 different thoughts and feelings swirling about in his head, and none of them come out on his face or in his voice. Rei's grip on his hand is painful. The dead Numu are moving now. Closer, step by step, to the old man who stands before him. "Jichan." I'm so very sorry, dear boy," Dr. Tsubasa says. He's smiling a little, like he's so very happy to see Izuku after so long. "You must be very confused." He beckons. "Come along with me. All for One told me I ought to find you, if I could." Izuku doesn't obey immediately. I'm supposed to find Bakugo." "Don't worry about that, he won't be angry that you couldn't," Dr. Tsubasa assures him. "It was only a test, you know. Now come along, or would you prefer to join the others outside? I can signal him to fetch you, if you like." "No, that's okay, he's probably busy, Izuku stares at him, swallowing against the unease that creeps over him. "I didn't expect to see you here. That's all. It's been a while." The old man smiles fondly. "Yes. It has. I'm very glad you found your way to us, Izuku. It's good to see you again, and this is a good place. You've been eating well, I hope. Your mother was always very good about that." It's surreal, as Izuku follows him down another hallway and into a larger room. It's much neater than the records room he just left. The far wall is dominated by a desk covered in papers and notes, and one large computer screen showing a loading bar near completion. All the while, his old pediatrician makes small talk. He asks how well Izuku sleeps. About his favorite foods. About schoolwork. Izuku answers as if in a dream. Rei presses close and quakes. "File transfer, 88%, the screen reads. A memory drive protrudes from the side of the computer, its blue light blinking softly. "It won't be long now," Dr. Tsubasa tells him. "We'll be moving to a new facility tonight, since this one's compromised. We'll have to move quickly once this transfer is complete. I'll miss this old place, though it may not look like much, but for the past 40 years, it's been ours." 40 years. Rei's papers dated back 30. "Are there others?" he asks. "Other scientists?" "There have been, in the past," he sighs. "But for the most part, it's only been me. Not everyone can stomach the work that we do here." He thinks of Dr. Hamada. Izuku says. "The Numu." "Among other things," Dr. Tsubasa replies. "Quirk study as well. And speaking of which, step closer, would you? I thought I saw something." Hesitantly, Izuku does so, though Rei's fingers dig into his wrist until he might scream. Luckily, she's holding his right hand and not his broken left. But Dr. Tsubasa simply shines a small flashlight in his eyes, squinting through his spectacles at something only he can see. "Ah. Tapeta lucida. Fascinating." Izuku blinks the colored spots out of his vision. What?" I only noticed by chance when I saw you in that darkened hallway, Dr. Tsubasa explains. Your eyes. They have tapetum lucida, a layer of tissue that serves as a retroreflector. Often found in nocturnal animals, deep-sea creatures, and most famously, cats. I imagine you've had trouble taking pictures. Why, yeah, Izuku answers. My eyes show up red. And I spooked one of my classmates a couple nights ago. I shine, Dr. Tsubasa says with a smile. It's the main visible effect of the tapetum lucidum. But what does it mean? Izuku wonders how much time he has. He wonders if All Might has found his way here yet. Well, for one, it means you most likely have better night vision than those without it, Dr. Tsubasa says. Beyond that, who knows? It could be the full extent of your invisible quirk, or it may only be a physical indicator of it. He shakes his head ruefully. Ah, I was such a fool all those years ago. I never checked your eyes, even after your mother said you saw things, didn't you? Tell me, Midoriya, what did you see? Izuku locks eyes briefly with a dead Numu over the doctor's shoulder and keeps his voice carefully subdued. No, he says softly. No, you were right, that wasn't a quirk after all, I just imagined things. Pretended I had friends. I was lonely back then. Ah, I see, the old man nods and seems to accept this. He glances at the loading bar, 95%. I do remember your grandson, though, Izuku continues, and the ghost of Bakugo's old friend flinches. Tsubasa-kun. We used to play together. He swallows, though his mouth and throat are dry. How's he doing? For a moment, the doctor is silent. I'm afraid I haven't had the chance to speak to him recently, he replies. Tsubasa's black eyes are fixed on Izuku as he answers. That's all right. I haven't seen him since second grade, so it's probably more recent than me. Dr. Tsubasa hums thoughtfully. Well, he went to Gyaku Middle School, and then, oh, it's no use, his high school escapes me. My mind isn't what it used to be, he shakes his head. Chichan, Tsubasa-kun pleads. Chichan. Don't lie. Izuku's blood runs cold. You talk to me, Tsubasa-kun says, grasping uselessly at his grandfather's arm. Asked you why. You said you were sorry. He lies, a dead Numa whispers. Scattered, mangled voices take up the low cry. Lies. He lies. Liar. Why? Is that you're being modest, right? Izuku asks. He feels cold inside. Cold outside, too, that's Rei's hand, still clutched in his. Those research notes, that's your work, isn't it? Dr. Tsubasa looks at him, surprised, and then smiles ruefully. My memory is going, I'm afraid. It's why my work is so important now. I have to continue it while I still can. Before I'm no use to anyone. You'd have been with him when he first fought All Might, Izuku says. You saved his life. All for One, I mean. All Might told me he thought All for One was dead. But he survived, thanks to you. It was a close thing, Dr. Tsubasa says softly. Still, Izuku says. And the Numu. From what I've heard, civilian scientists still can't figure out how they work. There's the extra quirks, but also the physical enhancements. I know now that All for One did the quirks, but the physical stuff, that was you, right? Dr. Tsubasa gives a quiet chuckle. Don't give All for One too much credit, now. I've studied his power, how the quirks are transferred, the effect on the mind and body. And you perfected it, Izuku whispers. Rei's file. Subject 777. How many subjects did it take? The file transfer finishes and Dr. Tsubasa pulls the memory drive and pockets it, along with several others on the desk. Years of study, he says. Of work and research and so many sacrifices. He straightens with a smile. But it's for the best. All for One is far older and wiser than either of us could ever hope to be. I know that he will make sure my work serves the greater good. He pauses, giving Izuku a shrewd look. This interests you, does it not? The inner workings of quirks. Of course, Izuku answers, honestly enough. They had to move quickly, the doctor had said. But Tsubasa is like him, he likes to talk about his interests. It's easy to distract someone like that. In my whole life, I was never sure if I even had a quirk, or if I had one, but I just couldn't figure out how to use it. Dr. Tsubasa looks at him carefully, his mouth turned down in sorrow. I really did you wrong all those years ago, he says. I should have done more to help you, and I apologize. But now you're one of us, aren't you? Izuku heaves a sigh, drawing it out as long as he can. He works his right hand free of Rei's grip and slips it carefully into his pocket. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. There are so many things I didn't know. And so many things I thought I knew that were wrong. He hesitates for a moment. I'm so lost. I'm so confused. And I don't want to betray everyone. I don't want to turn my back on my friends. But they can't help me. Not really. We can, Dr. Tsubasa tells him. Maybe, unlike All for One, he even means it. I promise you, we can. I can teach you what I know. I won't live forever, but maybe you can carry on my work. I'll do my best to help you. He turns to gather up a few more things. In his pocket, Izuku's hand closes around the cuffs. Yeah. I know you will. He moves. It's painfully easy, overpowering an old man, even with one arm useless. One cuff goes around the doctor's wrist and the other snaps shut around the leg of the desk. It's welded to the floor, he's not getting free anytime soon. Izuku, Dr. Tsubasa splutters, shocked. You going to be very helpful, Dr. Tsubasa. Izuku's voice is cold. Every inch of him is cold, like a brick wall against an oncoming car. He reaches into the doctor's pockets and begins emptying them. The memory drives he stowed away. A remote communicator. Anything that might be used to pick handcuffs. He pockets it all, while the doctor stares at him in open-mouthed shock. When he's finished, he stares right back. He doesn't glare. He doesn't scowl. He just stares, blank and cold, until the color drains from the doctor's face. You going to stay here and be quiet, and when the heroes come for you, you're going to go with them without fighting. You going to tell them everything you know. He leans in closer. That's how you're going to help me, Doctor. That's how you're going to pay for what you did to Tsubasa-kun. The doctor chokes on good air, spluttering, shock and horror creeping over his features. You don't know what you're talking about, Izuku, please listen. Tell me you didn't, Izuku whispers. He thinks of the last day he saw Tsubasa alive in a dark alley in Hosu City. He thinks of the records room, crammed wall to wall and experiment reports. Tell me you didn't turn your grandson into a Numa. Tell me you didn't murder countless people just to figure out how. The doctor stares at him in shock. I didn't murder them. Midoriya, I didn't, I held no ill will to them. I did nothing in malice. I was under orders. You don't understand his vision, my dear boy, and his eyes widen behind his glasses, knocked askew in a brief struggle. Listen, you have to let me go. You don't understand. You're right, Izuku says, standing up. I don't understand. I will never understand. And I don't want to. The door bangs against the wall behind him. Izuku whirls around, heart leaping to his throat. Nana and One for All stare back, empty eyes wide. Please tell me that's one of the bad guys, Nana says. Cause half-pint, you gotta get out of here, now. What? Izuku says. He's destroying the facility, Dr. Tsubasa says. His voice is high with desperation. Leaving nothing useful for the authorities to find. Oh, damn it all, I've left it too long. After the file transfer finished, we only had so much time. Midoriya, get me free. You have to get me free, Izuku, please. He whips around and lunges for the doctor's cuffed wrist, hard in his throat. Cold Hand seize him by the arms, and he cries out when it jars his injuries, but to no avail. The ghosts drag him back. Wait, he rasps out desperately. Rei has a hold of him. The dead Numu are grasping at him as well. Wait, just let me free him first, let me. No time, One for All tells him. I'm sorry. This isn't your fault. Wait, he pleads. Wait, don't, I don't want to. They drag him bodily out of the room until the doctor's desperate cries fade into the distance. Izuku fights them all the way, but it's no use. He's weakened and injured, and they are many. They don't need food or rest like he does. Run. Nana shouts near his ear. Izuku, just run. Follow him, he'll get you out. He doesn't recognize the route that One for All takes. All he knows is that it takes them back through the empty warehouse space, back toward the doorway leading to the hallways beyond it. It's like thunder, first. It begins behind him, and then it envelops him, and the world goes strange and gray. This brings back memories, All for One says, and his voice sails out mockingly from beneath that damned metal mask. Almost. I'm a bit disappointed, old friend. You were so much more fearsome when last we met. He's been in his hero form for nearly an hour, and his time is running out. All might is limited, and the enemy knows it. As long as Bakudo is here, he can't afford to go all out without the boy becoming collateral damage. The other villains are moving to recapture him, and Bakugo evades them, for now. But he has to end this. He has to bring him down for good this time. He is to rescue young Bakudo and find his remaining student and make sure Endeavor and the others are holding their own against the Numa. You're looking for your boy, All for One calls out. Correct. You must be worried about him, all alone and afraid. He dodges a strike and retaliates with one of his own. His arm has grown many times its usual size, misshapen with protruding ridges, like an immense and flexible mace. Would it comfort you to know that he is no longer alone nor afraid? All Might hesitates for a split second and nearly pays for it when he misses death by inches. He shakes his head furiously. All for One does this, messes with his head while they fight. He pushed through before, and he can do it again. The mace-like arm swings at him, and he blocks the strike with one of his own, sending a shock wave rippling out from the point of collision. If you were expecting to find him frightened and grateful, you may be disappointed, All for One tells him. I'm afraid it's a little late for that. All Might clenches his teeth. What are you talking about, you? The words are barely out of his mouth when rolling thunder erupts from within the warehouse. All Might freezes for a split second and takes a blow to the shoulder for it as the building explodes like a mortar mine. The outer frame of the building caves in and begins to collapse. Fiery explosions spread, sending a wide swath of destruction through the surrounding area. Screams ring out as bystanders become casualties. He gapes, and the fiery rage in his breast turns to ice in an instant. Ida, of course, moves the fastest. As soon as the rumble from within reaches their ears, he grabs the others, Uraraka and Todoroki under one arm, Kirishima and Yaoyorozu under the other, and rockets away from the building with an instinctive recipro burst. He feels his engines overheat in an instant, but it does the job. In a burst of desperate speed and strength, he drags his friends away from the building and toward the nearest cover. He drags them through a few scrapes and bruises as well, but it's preferable to worse injuries. The explosions deafen them, but do no more than that. When they subside, the warehouse has nearly collapsed in on itself, and Ida stares at it in horror. He was in there, he says, stricken. Bakugo said. Beside him, Todoroki and Uraraka share a single look. You three stay here, Todoroki says. He's lost the wig, and his hair is a tangled mess. My phone's on silent, and service is still up, so we can keep in contact. We'll be right back, Uraraka adds. But Yaoyorozu starts, a second too late. The pair of them are off and running already, around the side, skirting the battle as they head straight for the collapsed building. Kirishima starts to rise, but Ida stops him. Todoroki is well-trained and strong, and Uraraka's quirk is best suited for the half-cocked plan they've probably thought up. The more of them move, the more likely they'll draw attention to themselves. We'll wait, Ida murmurs. We'll wait and watch, and send word into them if we need to. The situation is far out of his control. It has been since the night began. All he can do now is trust in his friends and hope for the best. Izuku comes back into himself either seconds or minutes after the explosion hits, and the first thing he hears is crying. He's never heard Rei cry before. She's made a lot of sounds over the years, but never anything that required a voice. His entire left arm is a useless mass of pain. His head hurts. His ribs hurt. A lot of different things hurt. You have to understand, Dr. Tsubasa says, and Izuku looks up. The doctor stands over him, hands held out in an almost pleading manner. He doesn't look much different from when Izuku last saw him, except a little paler and lacking anything in the whites of his eyes. It was all in the name of progress, he says. Besides the change that All for One plans to bring to this world, do you realize the possible applications of this research? The possibility of physical enhancement, a deeper understanding of human psychology. A few dozen sacrifices, a few hundred even, can you honestly tell me that they are not worth the many millions of lives that could be improved with this research? You bastard, he his nana his. You me to leave, Izuku rasts. The doctor's ghost looks at him, startled. You me to get out. You can see me. Izuku opens his mouth to repeat himself, and... Chichan. Slowly, the doctor turns around. Izuku looks past him and sees the dead Numu gathered just beyond. They are waiting in a moor. Oh, Dr. Tsubasa says, and Izuku has never heard so much mortal terror fit into such a small sound. The dead descend upon him as three figures, Nana, One for All, and Rei, move between them and him so that he doesn't have to see what they do to him. He can hear it just fine, though. Izuku has cried a lot in this place. Most of the time, it was out of necessity, but now he cries because he can't stop. Even when the screams die down, and Tsubasa-kun and his grandfather and all the dead Numu are gone, he can't stop. He can't do anything but curl up on the ground and sob until he can barely breathe. He feels gentle hands on him. He hears Nana's voice, calling to him desperately, but he shakes his head. He made a promise once. He swore to himself that he would never, ever make a ghost, and now he's done that. He's made a ghost out of someone he knew, and it doesn't matter what he did, it doesn't matter why, and it doesn't matter whether it was deserved or not. All that matters is that a man is dead because Izuku was careless, because he was angry and he didn't think, and what sort of hero does that make him? He's not sure how long he lies there, injured and sobbing and feeling alone even with ghosts at his side like they always have been, ever since he was small. He opens his eyes and finds Nana and One for All gone, and Rei is still there, but he feels more alone than he's ever been before. And then... Hey! A foot nudges him. The voice is familiar to him, but his vision is too hazy for him to see the face that goes with it. A nudge comes again, harder this time. Hey! Kid! If you're crying, then it means you're not dead, and if you're not dead, then you can get up and get out of here. A choked sob escapes him, and a pale face swims in his vision overhead. Ichino. Surprise, the ghost says dryly, crouching by him. Your pushy friend Nana found me and sent me on ahead to get you up. Something about me being enough of an asshole to pull it off. He tilts his head to the side. You gonna prove her wrong, or are we getting out of here? I can't, Izuku chokes out. Can't what? I can't do this. Everything I try just fails, and I can't. His voice cracks pathetically, but is beyond carrying. I'll ask again, can't what? Hino retorts. Can't get up off the ground and walk. No one told me your legs were broken. I killed someone. I don't see how that constitutes broken legs, kid. Hino reaches out and grabs a handful of the back of his shirt. Come on. Get moving before the rest of this damn building falls on you. And part of Izuku thinks, good, let it, and it must show on his face because Hino spits out a curse and drags him up to his knees. I am not playing around, he growls. Get the hell up, Midoriya, or so help me I will drag you out of here by the hair. What's the point? Izuku snaps as Anda turns his tears scalding. Every time I've done anything in this place, I've made everything worse for everyone else. I can't do this. I can't, I just can't. Hino lets go of the back of his shirt and grabs the front instead. Can't what? He grits out in Izuku's face. Can't be a hero. Is that what you're saying? Don't give me that bullshit, Midoriya. Why do you even care? Izuku spits back. All you care about is playing stupid pranks on Endeavor, so why do you care about what happens to anybody else? Why are you even here? Because I owe you, damn it. Izuku isn't expecting this. Not the words, nor the fierceness in Hino's voice. You want to know how I know it's bullshit, the ghost asks. I've already seen you save someone. You saved my sister and you don't even know her damn name, so don't you dare sit there and tell me that you can't. Izuku stares at him, confused and vaguely unnerved. Why your sister? I don't, who? A bitter laugh escapes the ghost and his grip on Izuku loosens just a fraction. Fuck, he mutters. You really had me pegged, you know. When you said I was the kind of person who dyed my hair to piss off my family. Well, you were right, because I hate my fucking family. Except my sister. And you helped her. I don't. He knows form flickers. His dark hair fades, the color leaching out of it. I couldn't help her, he says tersely. I couldn't do anything to help her, alive or dead. The color vanishes, leaving his hair snow white. And then you came along. And you gave her son back to her. He gives Izuku a little shake as he lets go. You did more for her in one afternoon than I ever could in 25 years. So don't you dare sit there and tell me you make everything worse. Izuku gapes at him. You mean you're Todoroki's? Yeah, he says dryly. And speaking of which, he's on his way. As in, he's in here, in this building, looking for you, right now. The feeling of his heart dropping to his stomach is either relief or dread. Izuku isn't quite sure which. Well, get your ass up off the floor and I'll show you. As Izuku staggers to his feet, Hino cracks a sardonic grin at him. Oh, and before I forget, I saw a face I recognized on the way in. Wanna hear something interesting about Dabi? The building around the may as will be made of matchsticks, and it's making Ochiko's hands itch. Most of it was brought down by the initial blast, but some sections are still, just barely, standing. Other parts of the building are giving way, and she can hear the buckling architecture both near and far. Every distant rumble makes her jump. The air nearby feels cold. Todoroki has his right hand half raised and ready. Deku once said she and Todoroki were well equipped for rescue work. Her quirk is good for finding and freeing trapped victims, and Todoroki's right side is perfect for shoring up damaged structures. She wonders if he ever thought they'd have to put it into practice rescuing him. Several times they have to change course, either because the way is blocked or because Ochiko recognizes the sound of a structure about to collapse. There's little need to talk. Ochiko stays close to the light of Todoroki's fire and adds the light from her flashlight to it. They tap and point to indicate better routes. They help each other over rubble without any need for a question and answer. At some point, Ochiko realizes she has no real idea how they are supposed to find Deku in all this. As sure as she is that there won't be any villains left in here, she doesn't feel comfortable shouting. How long will it take them to scour this entire ruin? How long do they have before the heroes start moving in and they get caught? And if Deku is here, lying injured somewhere, then how long can he afford to wait for them? Inevitably, they reach a fork in the path. Actually, fork is putting it lightly. It's more like a cross-section of hallways. Various wall sections have fallen down, leading to several possible paths with maybe even more further. It's the kind of place where it'd be easy to forget which way they came. They stop here, briefly breaking off from each other to inspect each possible path. They all look equally dark and forbidding to Ochiko's eyes. How sure are we that there won't be villains left? Todoroki asks, rejoining her. I doubt we have a lot of time left, and if we split up to cover more ground. That's a bad idea, Ochiko says. She sees him scowl. Todoroki, no. I know this was sort of my idea, but we promised Ida and Momo. We promised we wouldn't take more risks than we could handle. It's bad enough that we came in here at all. Let's not make things any worse. We have nothing, Todoroki reminds her. We have no idea which way to go, and we can't afford to keep wandering around while the building comes down round us. Well, we can't afford to wander around alone either, Todoroki, Uraraka grits out. Look, I know you're scared, but we can't just. At first, she thinks it's a mirage. She sees it, she's sure she sees it, in the darkness over Todoroki's shoulder, down one of the middle right paths. She doesn't even mean to point her flashlight that way, it's just how she's holding it, and because of that, she sees the figure dash past, just beyond the reach of the bane. For a split second, Ochiko sees her clear as day, and then she blinks and the darkness is empty. It wasn't much. Not a villain, or a Numu, or Deku. As far as Ochako can tell, it was just a little girl, but what would a little girl be doing down here? Uraraka. Todoroki calls to her. He glances over his shoulder as if following her gaze, but there's nothing to see anymore, if there ever was. In the back of her mind, Ochako remembers the drawings on the fridge. She'd only glanced at them briefly before Ida called her back out, but she still got a good look at the wobbly crayon drawings that Deku must have made when he was little. A dark-haired girl had been in several of them. Mrs. Midoriya had tried to claim that it was her quirk to talk to people who couldn't be sane. Ochako had caught the lie. That way, she says. She doesn't wait for Todoroki to answer, she just moves. She has to clamber through a hole in the wall, but it's easy enough to clear the rubble and make it to the other side. If she just goes, Todoroki will probably follow. Ochako looks in the direction that she saw the girl move. She shines her flashlight to the end of the hallway. It's brief, again. Almost like a reflection or a trick of the light playing off the shadows. For an instant the beam falls upon the little girl standing at the hallways and, face hidden in dark hair, watching Ochako before she vanishes again. Sure enough, Todoroki catches up to her. Uraraka, I thought you were the one who said. It's this way, she says. I think I heard something. Come on. I didn't hear. Just trust me. She meets his eyes briefly. He sighs, but doesn't argue with her. They reach the end of the hallway and turn the corner. Ochako sees nothing but a pile of rubble blocking most of the path, but she presses on, clambering over it to the other side. There are no more forks in the road, just one path ahead of them. And then, just ahead, she hears something for real. The hallway bends up ahead. Ochako catches just a hint of uneven footsteps before someone comes stumbling into view. A head turns toward them. Eyes flash wide as they catch the edge of Ochako's flashlight bane. She freezes where she is, and Todoroki stops short. From the end of the hallway, a noise like a strangled sob reaches them. Ochako has never been much for running, she's not bad at it, but she's not the best in their class. But now, for once, she matches Todoroki pace for pace as they rush forward. Deku slams into them with a choked cry of pain. One arm goes around her neck, the other around Todoroki's, and Deku drags them both into a hug. Ochako hugs back, whispering an apology when she squeezes too hard and hurts him. Todoroki's only a beat behind. You shouldn't be here, Deku whispers. It isn't safe. I all for one. Bakugo told us, Todoroki says. All Might's fighting him now. Are you injured? Yeah. Deku pulls back, wincing. Todoroki reignites his left hand once is at a safe distance, and Ochako hisses through her teeth when she gets a good look at Deku's face. It's mostly my left arm, he stops, staring at Todoroki's other arm and the splint on his right hand. Todoroki moves it behind his back. It's nothing. I'm sorry. Deku staring at Todoroki's injured hand with quiet, wide-eyed dismay. Is it broken? I didn't mean to, I swear, I knew they had me and I just wanted you to let go. Ochako's heart sinks and she feels Todoroki stiffen beside her. Oh, Deku. It's nothing, Todoroki repeats and links his right arm around Deku's left. Now come on, it's time we weren't here. The building is shifting around them again. Ochako takes hold of Deku's other arm. Come on, Deku. Let's get you out of here. The battle before them seems to last forever. Tenya's heart has been in his throat since the building first went up in fire and thunder, and the few glimpses he catches of the fight only heighten his tension. All Might is the most powerful hero, everyone knows that. Tenya has known that since he was a child. And yet, as he watches his teacher meet the villain called All for One head-on, again and again, he realizes something terrifying. All Might is struggling. It shouldn't be possible. It's because of Bakugo. As if reading his mind, Yaoirosa grips his arm to steady herself as she speaks. He has to hold back because Bakugo's in the line of fire. Then we have to get him back out, Kirishima murmurs at his other side. Long as All Might's in his face, I doubt that Gul'll be able to teleport him back. There's nothing we can do at the moment, Tenya warns them. He's surrounded by villains and there are only 3 of us. A moment passes and Yaoirosa's grip tightens. Make that 6. His first thought is that Uraraka and Todoroki are back, but that would only make 5, wouldn't it? Unless... Tenya looks to her, then follows her gaze back over his shoulder. For the first time since this terrible night began, he feels his heart lift. Supported on both sides, Midoriya looks much the worse for wear. His face is battered, his clothes torn and dirty, and the bruises beneath his eyes have only deepened. But he's alive. He's here. He's within reach. Tenya stretches a hand out toward him. Midoriya meets his eyes, then looks past him. His face goes paler. How long, he rasps. Tenya can barely hear him over the din of battle. How long has he been fighting? Tenya turns back around to say. It's difficult to say. He blinks. There's steam on the battlefield, surrounding All Might on all sides. Tenya doesn't know what it means, but it can't be anything good. Midoriya. Kirishima lunges forward, nearly tackling Midoriya in a hug. Both Uraraka and Todoroki gently press him back. Listen, I hate to ask this. I know you've been through a lot. But his eyes are bleak. You know more than we do. Bakugo's right in the middle of that, and it's keeping All Might from going all out against the guy in the mask. Is there a way we can get him out? Midoriya moves forward. He's limping a little, but he gently sidles away from Ida's silent offer of support and moves up to their vantage point beside Yaoyorozu. There's something different about him, Tenya realizes as he watches his friend, how he moves, how he carries himself, how his eyes spark and glow in the dim light. He looks cold. There's no other way to describe it. Yeah, Midoriya says. There is. He looks back, and his eyes are like stone. I'm gonna need all your help. In the end, it's a blow to the side that does it. The dregs have won for all the fumes now, and keeping his power within his grasp is like trying to hold smoke in his hands. But he does it anyway, because he must. Because there is nothing else that he can do. He is angry, and perhaps it makes him careless. Perhaps the pressure and fear within him get the best of him, and all for one slips past his defenses, swinging a reinforced limb straight into his wound from 6 years back. Pain explodes his vision. For a few nauseating seconds he is blind and deaf, numb to everything but the taste of blood in his mouth. When his sight comes back, it is obscured with stain, and the arm that he holds out as a shield is wasted and frail. How unfortunate, all for one draws at him. The mask makes his voice sound more like a machine than a man. Did you ever imagine that the truth would come out this way? Toshinori looks down at his lopsided mess of a body as his failing hold on One for All keeps only some of his muscle mass in place. He looks up at the lights shining down from a news helicopter. He looks at his other arm, still swollen with muscle. How many more strikes does he have within him? How much longer can this battle be dragged out? What does he have left to fight for, now that the world he helped build is crashing down around his ears? They are shocked. Every one of them saw it happen, and the sight leaves them stricken until Izuku has to bark at them. Hey, he snaps. Todoroki looks back at him, face tense. Ida and Yaoyorozu look to him as well, with Uraraka barely a beat behind. Izuku has to smack Kirishima on the back of his head to get him to turn around, too. We are running out of time. Do you all know what you need to do? Yes, Todoroki answers. Wait, Yaoyorozu says. What about me? He digs into his pocket, brings out the handful of memory drives he stole from the lab, and presses them into her hands. Take those. Keep them safe. Give them back to me when this is over. If you can't, make sure they go to a hero you trust. Aizawa-sensei would be best. All right, but wait, what do you mean if I can't? Deku. Uraraka speaks up. I think we all know what we are supposed to do. But what are you going to be doing? To be perfectly honest, the last thing he wants to do is answer that. They'll only get worried. Or worse, they'll try to stop him. He looks beyond them, to the ones they can't see. Rei is still here, still silent and clinging to him. Hino and Tensei are here, watching for his next move. And when he turns back to the battleground, he can see Nana at All Might's right side and One for All at his left. And throughout the battlefield, all around them. There must be hundreds of them. More dead than Izuku can count. They surround the two combatants, pale and spectral, every one of them watching and waiting to see who walks away from this fight, because watching is all that they can do. Hundreds of ghosts. All for One has lived a long time, and it shows. He's already broken his vow. He's already handed one murderer to the ghosts that waited for him. If they get what they want, how much more sleep can he possibly lose? The ground beneath him shifts, and he hears warning cries from his friends. He glances down at the black tuff forming around his feet, and it's almost a relief to say. It means someone else is making the decision for him. A warm hand closes around his, and he follows it back to its owner's face. He doesn't panic. This time, he can aim for pressure points. This time, he can make Todoroki let go without hurting him. He is Red Doll's quirk, he tells them. So I'm going to make sure he's looking at me instead of anyone else. Get in position. Stick to the plan. If everything goes right, you'll make it out with both of us. He doesn't hear them reply. Tell me, All for One says. What is it like to watch everything you've ever worked for crumble around you? What is it like to know that everything you've ever done was for nothing? None of it was for nothing. Toshinori spits blood when he speaks. It's too late, All for One. I already passed on my power. Yes. He can't see the face behind that mask, but Toshinori can sense that his enemy is smiling. I know this. You made a fascinating choice. I did so enjoy getting to know him these past few days. Then you know he's strong, Toshinori retorts. No matter what happens today, he is strong. Even if you kill me now, All for One, he will be so much more than I ever was. The masthead tilts to the side. Are you so sure of that? His heart leaps to his throat. If you've harmed him. All for One laughs, clear and cold. Nothing so graceless, Toshinori. You ought to know me better than that. I didn't need to kill him or take his quirk. All I wanted was to destroy what you've created. And I've done that. His veins flow with ice water instead of blood. What are you talking about? Children are so pliable these days, All for One says. Even the ones that think they hate you. You just have to know how to talk to them. What did you do? Rage and fear boil up within him. What lies did you poison him with? Why don't you ask him? All for One's hand twists. There's a blur of black, and Izuku stands at his mortal enemy's side, hunched and battered with torn clothes and blood on his face, staring at Toshinori with the coldest eyes he ever hoped to see. Don't look so shocked, his enemy says. He's a smart boy. Even he knows that it's better to learn from your teachers than copy them. He pauses, and there's a note of satisfaction in the way he tilts his head toward Izuku. This will end soon. Once this is over, I can't imagine you'll be seeing each other again. But I'm not without a heart. If there's anything you'd like to say to one another before then, now is the time. There's a split second of blinding terror, a single moment in which despair comes crashing down on his flagging spirit, and his heart sinks so low in his chest that it threatens never to rise again. And then, his student turns his head, shuts one eye in an unmistakable wink, and wagles his right hand. Hi All Might, he fingerspells. I'm okay. AFO blind. Can't see sign. Toshinori's eyes widen. Weak right side, left shoulder, left knee. Ragdoll told me. He wants to cry, honestly. And if All for One is blind, then maybe he can even get away with it. Well, All for One prompts. No, Izuku says aloud. HM. A shame. Very well, then. I mean, Izuku says. No. I'm talking to you. I know, it's probably hard to tell if you can't see which way my head's pointing. Toshinori chokes on blood, cutting off a warning. I mean, it's been interesting, Izuku goes on and begins to shift away from All for One and toward Toshinori until he's standing at the side, halfway between them and facing the enemy. Very exciting. But I'd like to go home now. Silence stretches for a few frozen seconds. You seem surprised, Izuku says. His voice is flat, almost dead. If anything, he sounds disinterested. Perhaps All for One says in a low, quiet tone. You ought to think very hard about what you are saying, boy. Oh, I have. I've thought about everything I've ever said to you. And I honestly didn't expect you to believe most of it. He pauses. I know I was feeding you bullshit, but I didn't think you'd actually swallow it. Izuku, Toshinori warns. Thanks for letting me run around your hideout for a while, though, he continues, as if heedless of the danger he's playing with. I found some cool stuff. There's another beat of silence as the world stands still. And then, the breath leaves All for One in a metallic hiss. You cunning little viper. That means a lot, coming from you. Now, this is a surprise. To anyone listening, All for One sounds calm. Toshinori wonders if Izuku can hear the quiet tremble beneath the machine-like smoothness, like a bowstring stretched taut. I knew you were a clever one, but I never thought that All Might would choose a successor with such a poisonous little tongue. Don't take it personally, Izuku tells him. His eyes haven't lost their chill. I lie to everyone. And look where it's gotten you. All for One steps forward, and Izuku steps back. Do you think your teacher can protect you when he's this close to death himself? You're as good as alone. You're wrong, Izuku says, and his voice shakes only a little. You're wrong about him and you were wrong about me. You were wrong about Bakugo, too. Did you know that when I told him to burn me and leave me behind, he didn't want to? I had to yell at him to get him to do it. Something hisses within the mask, and it's not the respirator. Toshinori braces himself, ready to throw himself between them if need be. Even if he can't win, he can give his student time to run. All Might. Izuku's voice tugs his attention away, and the boy catches his gaze and holds it. He was right about one thing. About learning from teachers instead of copying them. His green eyes bore into Toshinori's. Don't copy her. Brave words. All for One's mace of an arm ripples and changes again. The metallic ridges protruding from the flesh look sharper now. Perhaps you should have feared me instead. Izuku's eyes flash as he looks back. You think I don't? You do scare me, All for One. But the thing is, I'm always afraid. Every minute of every day. And when you're afraid for that long, you forget what it's like to feel anything else. His hands curl into fists. And now, when something frightening comes along, I can't tell the difference anymore between the new fear and the old. His mouth twists into a look of contempt. Of course you scare me. You think that makes you special? Izuku, stop. Toshinori's voice cracks. It cracks because he feels All for One's menace ripple out in an almost tangible wave. In all his years, Toshinori has never been sure whether it was a quirk or simply the power of All for One's presence. He exudes pure malice as if it's a chemical weapon, seeping beneath the skin, into lungs and hearts and eyes, until it replaces all sense with distilled terror. It brings images to Toshinori's mind of blood and ruin, widespread death and destruction. In the face of that fear, all his mind will let him see is Nana dead and Izuku murdered in front of him, and everyone he has ever known and cared for screaming to him for help, crying out as they suffer and die beyond his reach. It takes a moment to shake off the feeling, before his vision clears and he sees Izuku very much alive in front of him, trembling and crying with bared teeth and cold eyes. I can see now that I was mistaken with you, Midoriya Izuku, All for One's voice booms from behind the mask. I will enjoy watching you suffer. No you won't, Izuku answers in a voice all cracked and broken. You won't get the chance. Perhaps not. But the legacy I leave behind will only grow stronger. You're a fool if you think that one victory means. Where's your doctor, All for One? Izuku asks. All for One stops. He doesn't just hesitate. He stops. Toshinori feels the taut bowstring snap in two. You shouldn't have killed her, Izuku tells him quietly. Maybe you wouldn't have lost so much if you hadn't. Or maybe I would have found another reason to hate you. It's not like you make it hard. What are you talking about? All for One snarls behind the mask. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Izuku's eyes burn cold with anger. I doubt you ever even learned her name. All for One lunges, but it's slow, even to Toshinori's eyes. The mace-like limb seems to drag through the air instead of whipping around with the same blinding speed as before. He can't see, of course. He can't see the hands holding it back, dozens upon hundreds of pairs of hands, holding back the blow, slowing it down enough for Toshinori to catch it and for the boy to slip beneath it. One for All lights up the night. Izuku kicks out at All for One's weak knee, and in the space left by the enemy's pain, he hurdles clear. Something flies overhead. The plan had been simple. A ramp of ice and Ida's speed give the momentum, and Uraraka's quirk takes away the weight that might have held them down. With Ida on one side, Todoroki on the other, and Kirishima high up in the middle, Izuku sees his three friends sailing through the air above the battle, and hears Kirishima's desperate call. Bakugo! Bakugo up here! Bakugo is just ahead, surrounded by the remainder of the League of Villains. His head tilts back, and his eyes widen at the sight. Grab my hand! Kirishima yells. Bakugo doesn't hesitate. A series of powerful explosions send him hurtling upward, and Izuku readies himself to leap after him. A hand closes around his arm, hard and cruel and burning at the touch. Not so fast, Midoriya. Davi's voice sounds close by his ear. Izuku whips around until they are almost nose to nose, staring the villain dead in the eye as he whispers back. Go home to your mother, Todoroki-kun. Dabi lets go. Izuku rips himself away, calls One for All into his lens, and leaps. He feels hands behind him, supporting him, boosting him upward until his friends are within reach. He's surrounded by the dead, reaching for him and helping him. Just for a moment, Izuku feels himself reaching back, not with his hands, but with something else. It's Todoroki who catches him by the hand. This time, Izuku doesn't let go. A warp gate opens, even though Kurodiri is unconscious. All for One's hand twists, and Magna's quirk activates at his command instead of hers. The scattered remnants of the League are forcibly brought together and thrust through the portal. When it finally closes, cutting off Shigaraki's final scream of protest, the two of them are alone on the battlefield. You've lost, Toshinori says. One. He has one more strike left in him. He has to make it count. I won years ago, Toshinori. All for One hisses back. Do you know why? Because I planted the destruction of this world as we know it. It's only a matter of time. Then I will raise its salvation. Toshinori steps forward. I will bring you down now, All for One. And they will bring down Shigaraki Tamura. You haven't figured it out, have you? All for One says. Gone is his facade of calm and control. His voice is tight with rage, even behind the mechanical quality the mask gives it. You believe yourself the savior of the world when you failed to save someone who should have been so close to you. His breath hisses in and out through the mask. Shigaraki Tamura, born Shimura Tenko. What would your precious Nana say if she knew that you had failed her and grandson? Toshinori flinches back as if struck. His heart has been torn and savaged so many times over the past 3 days, and All for One threatens to shred it completely. His heart nearly fails him again, but... Don't copy her. He can't fall here. Not when he has a student, when he has many students waiting for him to raise them. Not when there are civilians here, trapped and injured by the destruction of the warehouse and its surrounding streets. I can't die yet. I have too much to do. He stokes the failing sparks within him, gathers up the dregs of One for All until there is nothing left to take. He has one more strike left in him. He meets All for One in the middle, one last time. They don't see it. None of them see it, except for Izuku. No one sees hundreds of silent spectators finally move. No one sees them closing in and reaching for the enemy, not for his flesh but for the metal mask on his head. Everyone sees the final blow as it lands, but no one sees the hundreds of hands stretching out, clawing and tearing at the mechanisms that keep their killer breathing and beyond their grasp. No one sees that. They see All Might standing alone on the battlefield, battered and broken, and they see him point, and they hear the words "Your next" ring out from the symbol of peace. But no one sees the pale, silent man standing at his side, tears rolling down his face as he lifts his hands and signs to the one person who can. It's done. Thank you and good luck. Izuku sees it from where he stands, exhausted and supported on all sides by friends, both living and dead. He turns, buries his face in Todoroki's shoulder, and sobs until his voice is gone.